Hello, hello. Good afternoon. How are we doing? Welcome. Welcome to my channel. We are covering the Arizona versus Lori Daybell case, and this is the last one of the final trial of the saga of the Daybell murder spree. So it looks like things did get going on time today. What I did find out, I don't know, there was a hearing yesterday morning when they started late. There was a hearing. It was closed. There was no cameras at all. So nobody knows for sure what happened, but that we did find out that apparently Lori tried not to come to court. I don't know if it was for being sick or what, but the judge ended up telling the jail that they were to get her there under any means possible. So whatever she did to try not to come, I don't know what that was, but anyway, that's what we learned was the delay yesterday. So that was kind of a drag that caused us to not have to be ahead enough to fast forward through the breaks and whatnot. But it looks like we will be able to do that today. So looks like everything has got started already. So I will get it going. I hope everybody's having a good day. Let's see. This is a door that Lori comes out of. Here she comes. The sound is not on yet. In the courtroom. So I'm pretty sure, I know Colby's there today. I think Detective Hermosillo is testifying today. That's
He's not present.
from Rexburg.
We want to have the witness back on the witness stand.
Yes,
Ready to
Nice.
proceed?
Get right on it.
Defense?
Let's see what crap show she pulls on us today.
You ready to proceed with your cross?
Sure.
All right. You can go ahead and get ready up at the podium if you like. We'll bring the jury in.
I do believe Kay Woodcock is there. I do not think Larry is there. I don't know who else. There's Brandon and his wife. Oh, yeah. And it looks like, I'm not sure. Yeah, this is Brandon here. Right, if you can see right here, and that's his wife. And I wish I'd pan over. I know that they usually sit with a victim's advocate. I don't see Colby, but I assume he's in there. I know he's there. I assume he's just over further. Kind of a late start, I guess.
But the jurors can be seated when they get to their seats.
Okay, we got the jury, and that's what we were waiting on.
If the jury is
Okay.
present, please be seated. You can continue with your cross-examination of this witness. Go ahead.
Here we go.
Detective Pillar, yesterday we were speaking of your interview with Brandon in the car, and you said it was about 25 to 30 minutes. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
And that you audio recorded it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And at the end of that interview, you admonished Brandon to not contact Melanie. Is that correct?
There were phone calls attempted to be made to Melanie. And then after that, I encouraged him to not answer and to simply contact me if she were to contact him.
And what do you mean by the phone calls?
We tried to contact her to get her side of the story early on in the investigation, since that was the one name that he most recently had a recent relationship falling out with.
So who tried to contact her and when was that? I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. It was during the interview in the car before I can return back to the crime scene. Brandon and I discussed what we had, and I gathered that information. We knew that one of his children was with his soon-to-be ex-wife, and we knew where the other 3 children were. We, at this point, did not know the full circumstances surrounding the shooting. So it was important to reach out to her, let her, Melanie know, hey, there was a shooting that just occurred, and speak with her.
So who ended up calling her? You called her or Brandon called her?
Brandon called her from his phone 3 separate times.
And she didn't answer?
No,
But you didn't attempt to call her directly?
not during that time, no.
Okay. And so as far as you know, Brandon followed that admonition to not contact her again that day?
Yes, as we also had his phone, so
Oh, that's right.
that made it so he couldn't.
Okay. And
That
so,
wasn't the purpose, but we had his phone.
so did you end up making contact with Melanie?
I made contact telephonically with Melanie Boudreau at the time, now Pulowski. And yes, I was able to make contact with her.
Was that still on October 2nd or is that the next day?
I left a message for her. I don't remember when I spoke with her specifically, but she agreed to meet with me on October 3rd, which was the following day after the shooting.
And that was at the Gilbert Police Department?
Gilbert Police Department in a private interview room, yes.
Okay. And so Melanie came and met you that day on October 3rd, is that correct?
Yes,
And you interviewed her
yes,
and she came in voluntarily
yes,
and talked to you?
yes.
And did she ask for an attorney?
No.
And about how long was that interview, do you think?
Approximately 1 hour. It was a little interrupted because their youngest was with them in the room. She didn't have childcare at that time, but I believe the interview lasted for about an hour.
Okay. And did she advise you in that interview of some
Object
business
hearsay.
deals that
I'm going to
Brandon was involved in?
Again to
The
hearsay.
objection's sustained, it's hearsay.
Did you investigate anything that you learned during that interview?
Yes,
Did you investigate anything that Melanie offered to you during that interview?
can you be more specific about what was offered?
Yeah.
If you're gonna offer a hearsay statement, if there, maybe have him review something that you want him to consider, if you have a written copy.
Okay. Maybe a better question is, did you follow up with anything that you learned during that interview with Melanie?
Yes.
And did you talk to her again after that 1 hour long interview?
I did speak with her again, yes.
On the phone or in person?
The next time I had any communication with Melanie was on October 14th. So a few days after our in-person interview.
Okay, and did she contact you?
She did contact me.
And she was coming to you for help?
She was reaching out regarding some custodial issues.
She thought you might be able to help her, is that correct?
She was seeking some advice, yes.
So Brandon had testified that he provided you with a VIN number to a Jeep Wrangler in my household on October 2nd, 2019. Is that correct?
That is correct that he testified to that, yes.
And did he do that? Did he provide you with that VIN number?
I do not remember that. I do not recall being provided a VIN number. There was a lot that happened early in the investigation. I can tell you that we got the license plate for the Texas Jeep early on in our investigation, which when running a license plate, we also received the VIN number, but I do not remember specifically getting the VIN number from Mr. Boudreau.
So where did you get the license plate number from?
From the Chandler photographs from their incident in
So
July.
after, like yesterday, you contacted Chandler and that's where you got those from?
The images with the license plate, yes.
What day was that you contacted Chandler in October?
When I contacted them, I can't testify to that, but I do know that I physically met with them on October 9th of 2019.
Okay. So your testimony here today is that you did not discover that the Jeep was gray in my household because of the VIN number that Brandon provided to you. Would that be fair?
Yes, that would be fair.
But you did discover it on October 9th that there was a gray Jeep in my household. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Okay. Would it also be fair to say that no one that you interviewed or talked to mentioned anything about the Jeep being gray?
the color of it being gray, no,
Okay.
not early in the investigation.
Did you search for a green Jeep with Texas plates on it?
No, no, there was never a green Jeep specifically searched for with a Texas license plate. That would be something we would farm out to our investigators, our civilian investigators, and to specifically ask for a green Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate. I don't know what that would yield as far as results, and we didn't have enough to go after just that at that moment.
Okay. And you didn't farm that out, though? Is that correct?
At that juncture, no.
And did you search for a dark blue Jeep with Texas plates on it with a tire on the back?
Same answer, or similar answer to what I just provided.
Detective Pillar, how often or how many times would you say that you have communicated with Brandon Boudreau in the past 5.5 years?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asked and answered as well as potential 404B issues.
I think she asked Mr. Boudreau those
Okay.
questions. I'll allow it, but be aware of the issues, please, that you could be opening. Go ahead.
Multiple times. I have spoken with Mr. Boudreau multiple times.
And would you say multiple emails back and forth?
The majority of communication was either telephonic or text message. However, I do know there were emails exchanged as well.
I'm going to hand you what is proposed exhibit 192 from the defense. Detective Pillar, do you recognize this email?
Appears to be an email that would be exchanged from Mr. Boudreau to myself within my police department email.
And that's something to and from him to you and to you from him?
In this example you provided, yes, I don't know how long the message thread was for this.
Okay. And you recognize that as a true and correct copy of that email exchange?
Yes, from February 12th of 2020.
The defense would move to publish the email?
State would object. We're going to go into
We
that.
already discussed this exhibit. It's, I'll sustain the objection. It's not being entered into evidence.
In that email, Detective, did you request that Brandon provide you with financial information regarding his ex-wife, Melanie Boudreau?
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to sidebar again regarding defenses.
All right.
Certainly seems that she wants to bring things in. They keep helping her, but wow, she's just going to keep doing it until it comes in and it's not helpful to her. But that's what she wants. My goodness. Ooh, we can. I wish I could hear what goes on in those sidebars. Wow. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for being here. Go ahead and chat.
Detective Pillar, did you request that financial information regarding Melanie from Brandon?
Yes,
And did he provide you with that information?
yes,
And did he provide you with financial documents you requested in another email?
I know we've discussed financial documents and everything I was sent, I believe, was via email, but I don't know what specific one you may be referring to, but I think it's safe to say, yes, that there were emails exchanged about Melanie Boudreau Pulowski's financial records being sent to me.
Right. So her financial gain if something were to happen to Brandon, is that correct?
That is correct.
So he also provided you with screenshots of information regarding Melanie that didn't have to do with finances. Is that also correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again and warn on 404A and 405.
Sustained.
Did you read those documents when they were sent to you?
I reviewed the documents that were sent to me, yes.
And did you include those in part of your investigation?
They are included in an investigation, yes.
So on those screenshots, does Melanie give a theory of what she thinks happened on October 2nd, 2019, that you reviewed?
Not that I remember from that exchange. I'd
Okay.
have to see it, which I'm,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay and relevance.
I'm not asking for the truth of the matter. I just
Hold-
want to know what
Hold
he
on.
knows.
I didn't ask for argument. You can show him the document and then rephrase your question.
Okay.
is there something specific you would like?
Go ahead and rephrase your question.
Is this one of the screenshots that Brandon sent to you? That you reviewed?
It doesn't have any email headings or footers on it. This is what appears to be a Word document, like from Microsoft Word. I can't testify that this is exactly what he sent me, if this is a attachment to the email, from what I'm looking at here.
Okay. Do you recognize it as something that you've read before? The information?
I'm not reading the whole thing. I'm simply
Sure.
reviewing what I can to
Sure.
see if
Take
it's
your time.
judging. I must say that I don't remember this. There was a lot of correspondence shared and a lot of images. But looking at this, this seems familiar with some of the allegations that I've heard throughout the investigation. However, I don't remember this specific document
Okay.
being sent to me.
So when you requested Brandon Boudreau on this date to send you these documents,
Mhm.
that is part of the 7 screenshots that he sent to you.
Okay.
So my question is, during that time, you were still gathering information, right?
Yes.
You were still looking at all possibilities of what really happened on that day, right?
And I'm going to object to what time period? Are we talking about February? Is there a
Yeah,
date
can
on
you
there?
clarify the time period?
Foundation.
Is it the February
12th.
email? February
Yes.
12th.
This attitude of hers, this tone is so nasty.
So my question is, did you ever read the information in that screenshot that you have there before?
It is possible. If it was sent to me in an email, I likely read it, yes. But there was at the point of February 12th of 2020, there were other investigations I was working on as well.
So did you disregard the information in that during your investigation?
I'm going to object, and I think we may need to
All
sidebar
right.
again.
Yeah, let's sidebar.
I cannot, she just keeps pushing. I actually think, I think she wants for Melanie to be charged, which I do also. I would love that. But she's really trying to push it to that. So then you did hear, Louis, that last week, Trina Kay said that there is an active investigation on Melanie. I hadn't heard that, but very, very happy about it. That one absolutely needs to be in jail. I mean, there's a whole bunch of people involved in this that need to be in jail, but she for sure is involved in this. No, there couldn't really be a doubt about that. I mean, they couldn't even come to this conclusion without her. So it's super glad to hear that. Yeah, when she got kicked out of the courtroom last week, I was driving and I was like, oh my God, I wanted to pull over. I'm like, I can't even see anybody. Like, oh my God. It was so awesome. I mean, she has pushed that judge like mad. This is a second sidebar since we got started, which was... Oh my goodness. Jack is serious about something. I mean, we're like 20 minutes into this today. Second sidebar. I have a feeling that yesterday she tried not to come to court. I don't know what her problem was, if she was sick again or what. But apparently the judge said whatever means necessary to get her down there. So, she's just going to keep it up though. So I think she wants to push this with Lori or with Melanie. But it's going to come out that she has 4 murder convictions already if she keeps it up. I mean, does she want that? Maybe she does. Who knows? She does want a shit show because this is the last chance she has to do that. Okay, here we go. Hey, try me. Yeah, it's been going for like 25 minutes. 2 sidebars already. She's just getting really with her tone, trying to talk about Melanie a lot and the money stuff they've warned her about. I think she's doing it on purpose. She wants to bring shit up. I mean, I don't know why else. Good to see you, by the way. Did you get good sleep last night? Not stressed out, I hope. It sounds like she's going somewhere else, hopefully. She's flipping through her lawyer paperwork.
Tesla for a second.
What happened with the Tesla window? I know it
Oh,
fell out
here
of
we
the
go.
car and was sitting on the driveway. So where did it go from there?
The Tesla, the glass from the window that fell out of the Tesla itself was discarded,
Was what?
thrown away. It was discarded,
Oh, it was thrown away.
yes.
And when did that happen?
I don't recall. I believe after we were concluding our time at the scene, we had our photographs of it, was turned over to the resident, in that case, Mr. Boudreau, to dispose of.
Okay. And it wasn't preserved for any reason?
No.
Why not?
We collected what we needed from it at that moment, and the amount of glass that was there and the images that were taken seemed sufficient at the time, and so it was simply thrown away.
Was there a hole in that window at all? Like a bullet hole?
A bullet hole.
It's typical lawyer
outside of the
Lori.
images that have been presented that would indicate where
Good to
the
see you,
impact point may have been, so kind of
Kentucky woman.
the curvature towards the top of the glass. Outside of that, no, there was no other damage that was, would match about a bullet hole.
Okay. And you didn't carefully put on 2 pairs of gloves and take it to the evidence room at the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Take the glass?
Correct.
That's correct.
And what about the Tesla? So what happened to the Tesla that
Hey,
day?
legs.
After we processed the Tesla at the scene, we transported it over to the Gilbert Police Department to further inspect indoors. Essentially, it was just one more act that we could take to better review what we had already investigated for the hours that we were outside.
And was it like towed? Do you tow it over?
No, it was, although unorthodox, it was transported by myself and followed by Detective McDermott to the Property and Evidence Building, where we had a technician standing by. Once arrival to the garage at that facility, we further looked into the hole, the bullet hole, and we weren't there very long. It was, again, another last review of the damage.
So you drove it over, is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was photographed?
Yes, we photographed the vehicle at the scene. Once at the police department, we have the surveillance cameras, but we didn't photograph it further once at the police department. We had no intention of impounding it at that time.
And it was measured?
No.
Hey, no problem.
The
Good to
bullet
see you,
Bullet hole
Frazzle.
and things were measured? All that was done at the scene, but nothing was done at the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes,
And then it wasn't tested for the trajectory while at the Gilbert Police Department?
that's correct.
And it wasn't placed into evidence?
We did not impound the vehicle. The purpose for that was it was the victim's only vehicle at that time, similar to the cell phone that the smartphone that we took temporary custody of. For convenience purposes, it was ultimately turned back over to the owner, in this case, Mr. Boudreau, both the vehicle and the smartphone.
Within a day?
Yes, approximately a day. It was a very brief period of time.
Okay. And having been a case agent hundreds of times, you must have known that if you were ever going to charge someone with this crime, then surely you would need this evidence so the defense could hire their own experts to do testing of the car and the window, right?
The crime of this caliber, and it's not uncommon for cases to develop into something more than what you initially believe, that's part of being human, part of being an investigator. We did not take the vehicle in this case. We did not have a decedent. In other words, we did not have a person who was injured or killed. We had property damage, and we were still very early in our investigation to determine what happened. So, no, we did not maintain custody of that vehicle.
So is it not in your protocol to preserve evidence,
It's in our protocol to preserve evidence.
but not in this case?
In this case, I made the decision not to maintain custody of that Tesla.
So without this evidence available, how would my experts be able to test for trajectory?
We couldn't test for trajectory with what we had. If it was here today, it's possible that you guys could test for trajectory with the advancements in technology. again, not being somebody who is trained or certified in any type of trajectory training, I don't know how that process would even look, but we simply don't have the vehicle today as we're discussing this.
Yeah, it's a done deal.
Have an expert at Gilbert Police Department that's an expert in trajectory?
At that time, we did not.
And
You know
how
what,
would my
though?
ballistics
I think
be
her
able to
Dworkin
test the
guy
hole in
is
the
a
Teslas to
figment of her
determine, in fact, if it
imagination.
was a rifle?
He doesn't answer
How would I
phone
do that
calls,
now?
emails, nothing.
How would you go about?
How would I have an expert do that now?
You
You
wouldn't.
would hire somebody who would potentially be a specialist in this area and see if they had the ability to obtain evidence of trajectory. But how would you
What's
do
his
that
name?
now outside of
Lonnie?
hiring
Lonnie
somebody doing
Dworkin?
that without the vehicle? I suppose you could not.
I don't think he exists.
Is it possible to perform our own tests from pictures?
Tests? No.
And did you request any tests be performed on the Tesla itself?
Outside of trying to obtain the surveillance footage and do our best that we could with what we had for the bullet hole itself, no additional tests were made.
And no testing was done with the windows either, is that correct?
You're referring to the glass that was?
Yes, the glass.
No other tests were done with the glass.
Okay. And how about the 4 pieces of the projectile that were found? Were any of those tested?
Tested for,
For what kind of bullet they came from, or what kind of gun they came from?
again, not being a munitions expert, but seeing what bullet fragments look like and what projectiles can turn into upon impact. Those fragments could not determine any type of rifling, which is the marks that are made within a barrel when a weapon is shot. Because the bullet was not intact, and we had no casing, we had no gun to verify where it came from. We simply had some markings of some possible jacketing and the lead, which appeared consistent with a bullet that was fired and then, of course, was fragmented. We were satisfied that we had a individual get shot at by some firearm, be it rifle, handgun, but a firearm, eastbound to westbound, that collided and then ultimately ended up in Mr. Boudreau's body frame. But to send it off for further testing, no, we did not send it off for further testing based on any reason that we knew we would not be able to get any viable weapon to compare it to, or any type of rifling where that would match another firearm.
Well, would it make a big difference if it wasn't a rifle at all and what Mr. Boudreau saw was a rifle?
Can you rephrase that question?
So if you were to test it and someone to say, this came from a handgun, this did not come from a rifle, that would make a big difference in the story that Mr. Boudreau told to you, though, right?
No,
It would not.
no.
So he did not see a handgun, but if it came from a handgun, that would be contradictory, would it not?
To his statement of believing it was a rifle?
Correct.
His belief in mere observation for those split seconds of a weapon firing at him, I can't say for certain if it would have been from a handgun or a rifle. If we had an intact projectile or a shell casing, we'd have an answer to that. What we have now are bullet fragments and a bullet hole, and evidence to indicate that this happened. This shooting at Mr. Boudreau did in fact occur.
But you didn't test it.
The fragments were not tested.
Now, Detective Pillar, how many neighbors confirmed that they heard a gunshot?
Hearing a loud bang or hearing a gunshot, approximately 4, 5?
4. Do you know who those were? Who those neighbors were?
Not off the top of my head, no. From my memory.
Was that in one of your reports, that 4 neighbors heard a gunshot?
In my report, I documented the detectives who made contact with neighbors that either heard something or had electronic surveillance on their house that, although did not capture footage of the incident captured consistent noise of a loud bang, as well as a vehicle idling for an extended period of time near the residence, which is near where the Jeep would have been parked prior to Mr. Boudreau arriving and then upon his arrival. But it just captured audio with no, again, once again, no footage of the actual shooting.
But you say multiple neighbors, is that what your understanding was? That multiple neighbors heard a loud noise?
Yes.
So Brandon heard a loud noise. You have the ring that was a loud noise, right? Who else?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Could it be that there was no one else, just those two?
There were other neighbors that acknowledged hearing a noise. That was a loud noise that was not a normal noise that.
Were those across the street neighbors, neighbors on the other side?
I would have to refer to the detectives who interviewed individuals who said they heard something. And those detectives notated the addresses in which they heard a noise. But when I say multiple, clearly, I mean more than one person heard.
So two is multiple in your book, is that correct?
In this case, we have more than two that have testified, but there are others that made.
More than two people have testified here that they heard a loud noise?
Yes.
And who would those be?
We have the neighbor with the Ring camera, and I forget her name, I apologize. And then we have Mr. Boudreau, who heard that. And then we had, those are the two that we had so far with the loud noise and the consistent evidence.
So you would consider that multiple people, is that correct?
But there are others within the report that acknowledge hearing the noise, yes.
Not in any report that I read, in a report that you read?
Object to testifying and
Sustained.
asked and answered and argumentative.
That's the objection sustained.
In a sworn statement that you made, Detective, you put the other neighbors confirmed they observed a gray-colored hardtop two-door Jeep. What neighbors do you know of that said that there was a gray Jeep?
Where was that testimony?
So, in your affidavit on November 19th regarding the Jeep Wrangler, would you like to take a look?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, isn't that the truth, Louis? That voice, I know. Yesterday, she had me angry. Because she acts like she's an expert about this stuff. And on with the,
Okay, yes,
you
I
know,
see where this is in the affidavit.
looking at pictures of the Jeep,
Earlier, you had testified that no one
they
had
look like
said
different colors
the
to me.
Jeep was gray at all, but in your sworn testimony there, you say that other neighbors confirmed that they observed a gray-colored hardtop two-door Jeep. What neighbors would those be?
And this is the probable cause statement from,
For the infotainment center?
yeah, for the infotainment center, but on what date?
November 19th? 2019?
November 19th, 2019? Okay, so I don't recall who specifically said that they saw the gray-colored hardtop two-door Jeep. It was, however, at this juncture that I do know that that was the vehicle we were looking at from the photographs and from the LPR hits.
It was an alleged vehicle, but that was not the vehicle that the neighbors described to you. Is that correct?
I did not have any vehicles described to me by a neighbor specifically, no.
So you swore that in your statement to take out that infotainment center to that two-door gray hardtop Jeep, right? You're the police officer. You're asking for a warrant to do this because this
I
is your
can't
probable
just-
cause. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're saying in that neighbors confirmed that they saw a gray colored hardtop two-door Jeep, but that was not true.
Could exchange from anything is a dark colored hardtop two-door Jeep. But at this point in my investigation, I had confirmed that it was a gray colored two-door Jeep.
The fact is, he just got shot at. So
Thank you.
you get a little bit confused, right?
Actually,
I mean, it's kind of a hectic time. And like I said, when they were showing the pictures yesterday, one picture I myself saw green, and then on the other one I saw gray.
there's something else in this affidavit that I'd like
They
you
knew
to
it belonged to a killer. That advisory people can't stand her. I'm sure of it.
Last paragraph?
If I can know what page you're showing him.
2714.
Thank you.
It is this last paragraph, correct? Ms. Daybell?
Yes,
Okay. Let me
yes.
just review it
Just the
real quick.
first underlined
The first
part of-
underline, okay.
of that paragraph. Have you reviewed that, Detective?
The first underline I just did. Do you want me to check the second line as well?
I would then ask to know, I'm sorry, what section you're actually showing him that's underlined?
It's just the third paragraph.
Can you show?
And yeah, Louis, she's causing all this stuff as if she would walk out of there if she's acquitted, right?
Your Honor, we may want to sidebar again.
All right, can I see the?
Oh my God, this is a third sidebar. Oh, and Louis, I don't know if you know, well, they started really late yesterday. They had a hearing that there was no cameras. Nobody knows really what was going on in the hearing. But we did hear that she, for some reason, was trying not to come to court yesterday. I don't know if she was still faking sick or what. But the judge said they were to get her there under whatever means possible. Yeah, that is what we heard happen. We knew it started really late yesterday. I didn't appreciate that because I couldn't fast forward through the nonsense. But I don't know if there was more in that hearing. Look at her with that. Oh my God. Look at the judge. Holy shit. Oh my God. This is too much. She's, at least for now, she's just making me laugh. My voice is cutting out. Oh gosh, I wonder why. I have been pushing mute so that we don't have to hear all the goings-ons over here. But Yikes. Sorry about that. I'm trying to watch the microphone thing. Big. Oh, yeah. Is it? It's not happening to anybody else? Okay. Okay. Maybe it's just you, Mar. It's you, man. It's all you. Jack's over here counting. It's so cute. But yeah, I mean, she's just going to keep arguing this stuff. I don't get it. It was for you too? Oh, okay. Huh. Trash box. I know. I don't, like I said, so far today, she's making me laugh. Yesterday, she was literally making, I mean, I really cannot stand her. Over with. So Cole and Ray Hermosillo is supposed to testify today. That's the detective from Rexford. The one that's all built. I really like him. Oh, nice. Okay. Good, because I'm like, what the hell? So yeah, I'm anxious to hear. And you know, are they gonna wonder like, well, they do know. Well, they actually do already know all about. They've already talked about Idaho. That's right. Yes, thanks so much, Try Me. Thanks, man. Oh, there's Colby right there. Oh, look, he's sitting. Is that Kate? Oh, come on, move the camera a little bit. Looks like he's sitting with Kate. I love that. Love that for Lori, you whore. I feel like that judge just might.
Refer to it as Exhibit 202. Just that page that what we were talking about on the sidebar.
He told her if she didn't stop that he was going to take her pro se status away. Yeah, and see, she loves being all acting like she's somebody right now. Somebody's going to die in prison, you stupid, horrible person. And that hair needs to be washed, combed, cut. Everything. I can't. But she is in jail. Love that. Me too, Louis. Me too. I love it. He just seems to be doing so much better. Ever since Chad's sentencing. I mean, literally, you saw the difference in his hotel room there.
Detective,
I love it.
in preparing to investigate this crime, would you say, is it fair to say that most of the information
Hey,
that
Happy.
gleaned is from Brandon Boudreaux?
Oh my God.
Investigation, yes.
Okay.
Hey, don't play!
And you were in constant contact with him during that time, in the early days of this investigation?
In the early days and then throughout the progression of the investigation.
And you were on a first name basis, is that correct?
Yes, again, that's not uncommon for me to do in really all my investigations.
So most people don't call you Detective Pillar?
Not typically. It depends on how the length of the investigation and the type of investigation that it is, but especially with victims or witnesses, I try to keep it casual.
Now, when you were giving back the Tesla, the window was thrown away, is that correct?
The window was discarded
And the Tesla was given back.
to Mr. Boudreau, yes.
Did he come pick it up or was it driven back over there?
From what I recall, it was picked up by him at the property and evidence building.
And were there any further instructions with that? Like, now you can get it fixed, you can do anything you want with it? Like, how does that work?
Essentially, it was, yes, here's your vehicle returned. We'll be in contact regarding the investigation and my contact with the individuals you provided for follow-up.
Okay. And then that was the end of that contact with any of the evidence that was taken at the time?
On October 2nd, yes.
And the fragments of the projectile, those were taken in an evidence bag and put into evidence at Gilbert Police Department?
From the scene directly to the police department, yes. Or
Was
the
there-
property evidence building, yes.
Was there any other evidence taken to the property evidence building?
I believe there was a cigarette butt. I believe there was multiple photographs. Other physical evidence I do not recall us taking.
You don't recall what?
I don't recall taking other physical evidence from the scene off the top of.
So a
My memory.
cigarette butt?
I believe if a cigarette butt was, it was across the street and a neighbor thought it was inconsistent with being near his house because he didn't smoke.
Okay. Was DNA taken off of the cigarette butt?
No, I believe we still have it retained in our property evidence building.
So if you would have taken the DNA off the cigarette butt, then you might have a person who was smoking it
We would
at the
probably
scene?
have a DNA profile of somebody who's walking down the street smoking a cigarette, yes.
So you didn't really think it was connected to this incident
Not from-
necessarily?
No,
Okay. And why was it collected?
because it was within the crime scene tape at this time, and the detective who spoke with the neighbor who provided the
I
information.
love when she thinks
about it
she's really funny.
Should be correct.
She
And during the
constantly
course of
thinks
your
she has these
investigation, you
gotcha
never
moments.
discovered that Brandon Boudreau was a smoker, right?
No,
Or that Alex Cox was a smoker, right?
No.
Yeah, I think maybe somebody WD-40'd that squeaky chair. I don't hear it today. Yesterday, it was getting a little annoying. I was thinking about
Did
sending
you-
some down there.
Ask Mr. Boudreau if he owned any firearms at that time on October 2nd?
I believe so.
And do you remember what his answer was?
I don't believe he had any firearms in his possession that were his.
And you said the house
He
was
already
cleared.
said-
Did someone go through the house and cleared the house?
I
Oh,
knew
here
this
she
from
goes.
officers telling me, and then again, I had to watch all the body worn camera footage for media release and redaction purposes. So I learned the officers did clear the house prior to detective arrival.
And they went through the garage as well?
Yes,
She's got something with that
When you
garage.
came up on the scene, was the garage open or closed?
Oh my
the
God.
garage was open.
And do you know about what time you had arrived there?
No.
Approximately 10:30. The call was made at approximately 9:13.
She's got a bug up her ass about that garage, and I don't know what it is.
And when do you think that you left, when you initially left, did you leave your car there because you drove the Tesla? Is that correct?
when I left the scene, once we took the test at the property building,
Mhm.
yes, my assigned vehicle was left there secured. And then, again, a detective followed me to the property and evidence building where we met with property technicians upon arrival.
In your interview with Melanie, she provided you with some information and then called you back, you said around October 14th? Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, did you just refer her to a attorney?
I listened to her grievances, and then her concern was primarily about the custody of their children. And I referred her to speak with an attorney regarding custodial issues.
Because it's not something that you really give advice about, right? Like as the detective.
That's not my expertise, but I do encourage people to speak with attorneys who specialize in family matters.
But she came to you because were you aware that
I'm gonna check.
Brandon had not returned the children to her?
Sustained as irrelevance.
About how long was that conversation that you had with Melanie around the 14th?
10 minutes?
Was that on the phone or in person?
It was by phone.
So she was seeking help, but you really didn't have any for her, is that
Check
correct?
against relevance.
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Wow. You know, are you serious? What do you mean he didn't have any? That's not what he's there. You know, listen to some of Melanie's interviews, and she really shares a lot. Like, you know, she has kept her mouth quiet, but when she opens it, she really opens it up to all kinds of crap, mostly stuff that I don't think anybody cares about. But she wasn't the victim, and that's the whole thing. It became very clear. I'm sure that once they found out he's going through this divorce, they find out that Lori's husband was just killed. Okay, whatever color anybody called that Jeep, it actually comes back to her. I mean, they could have painted it for all we, you know what I'm saying? Anything could happen. It's the VIN number, the license plate number. And everybody who they would benefit from financially died. There was a lot of money that was going to come from Brandon. I think it was 2 days before they were going to close on the home where they split the proceeds. And the home was on the market for over $1 million. I don't know what they owed on it, but he had $1 million life insurance policy. Right. So why are you going to say some people thought it was gray, some people thought it was green? Okay. Like I said, I saw green in one of the pictures. I saw gray in one of the pictures. It's a shading. It's a whatever. I mean, look what they already showed, that Alex and Lori and Chad took the back wheel off, took the back seat out of that Jeep. That's all on video surveillance camera, putting it in storage. You know, maybe they painted it green. I don't know what the hell they did. It's so funny though, because they go through all this stuff to get that, you know, they got that heavy window tint. They did all this stuff and got him a burner phone. And what does he do? Sign into his Google account and do everything in Gilbert and shit under, I mean, fortunately they weren't that smart. Oh, it was a license plate reader guy. Yeah, that's who she was all over yesterday.
Some
I
of
was
the
trying to
questions we
think.
started with yesterday, it's kind of also come in through today. During your investigation, and through testimony you heard here, did we have a witness, Robert Abitamarco, that just said the Jeep was dark colored?
Yes,
No specifics of what color that was, just dark.
correct.
And then we've heard Brandon thought that the vehicle was some sort of camo or green color.
Yes,
And then eventually, we also learned that through statements made by Brandon Boudreau to both Officer Rob and yourself, that he believed this case was tied to an incident in Chandler. Did you learn that Lori Vallow, in fact, had a dark-colored Jeep?
yes,
And when you were able to obtain those photographs, did you learn that the Jeep was then gray?
yes,
You were asked about a probable cause statement that you wrote on November 19th of 2019. Do you recall that?
yes,
Was that after you learned about the gray vehicle, the gray Jeep that Lori Vallow had on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler, Arizona at that incident?
yes,
And in that probable cause statement, do you just in fact say that it was a dark colored or gray colored Jeep?
yes,
You don't actually say that a specific neighbor said that or where that information came from.
correct. I was working with multiple detectives.
So you're using all of the different information that you gleaned, which included the fact that this defendant owned a gray Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates, and that was put into your statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you were asked a lot about the measurements of the Tesla and trajectory. Did Brandon Boudreau stop at the time of the shooting and put down a little ticky-tack marker and say, better note this for later so I can tell the detectives exactly where my vehicle was when I was shot?
No, he did not.
Did Brandon Boudreau get out of his car and go over and mark the exact end of the Jeep so that you would know exactly where that was when he was shot?
No, he did not.
Did he go over and tell the person, whoa, I gotta wait and find out exactly how this rifle barrel is sticking out of the back of your Jeep so that later on, they'll be able to document the height, the angle, if it's up, if it's down, if it's a little to the right or left, so that later on, they'll be able to do some trajectory?
No,
So none of that happened.
none of that happened.
Were you surprised he didn't do that?
Not at all.
So you did receive information from another neighbor that they saw the Jeep in the approximate same location of where Brandon Boudreau saw it,
Yes,
parked there idling, running,
yes,
same direction as Brandon gave,
yes,
the same Texas plate as Brandon gave,
yes,
and same dark tint as Brandon said.
yes,
So when you talk about this only being Brandon, that's not accurate, right?
correct.
In fact, Robert Abitamarco said he didn't even know Brandon because he just moved in, right?
Correct.
And so ultimately, when we're talking about trajectory, without knowing all of those specifics, Were you aware of any way to recreate how the rifle was held, what angle it was at when it fired that shot into the Tesla, not knowing where the Tesla exactly was either?
No, unable to determine that.
You were asked about the glass as well. When you package items, you put them in a box, a bag, a plastic bag, something like that, right? Depending on the piece of evidence you're collecting.
Yes.
Did you have any way to keep that glass from never disintegrating anymore so that it wouldn't change from the way it looked on October 2nd if you impounded it?
No, with shattered glass, it would continue to shatter. We have no way to package it to stay in its form when it's already broken.
So when you're talking about impounding that item or just throwing it away, if you put it in a box and you travel it to impound and then somebody throws it up into wherever it goes, could you say if you pulled it back out 5 years later that it looked exactly like it did?
Absolutely not.
So is that why photographs were taken?
Photographs, yes.
You were asked a lot about the interview of Brandon. During that audio recording, have you listened to that?
I have.
You told us you were in your vehicle, right?
That's correct.
And was your AC blowing very hard?
It was a warm day out, so yes, we were both, I was sitting in the driver's seat, he was in the passenger, and the vehicle was on with AC running.
Did Brandon talk soft at times?
Yes.
In listening to the recording, is it often difficult to hear what he's saying?
Yes.
And would you agree that the best evidence would be the actual recording versus someone's interpretation of what they believe he was saying?
Yes.
When you were considering the evidence at the scene, in addition to Robert Abotamarco, when you looked at that ring camera footage that we saw in court from Lynette Mendoza, did the black vehicle that you see appear to be consistent with a Tesla?
Yes.
Was it driving in the general direction of or towards Brandon Boudreau's home on that video?
Yes.
And was there a timestamp showing when you heard that loud bang after that vehicle went by?
Yes.
When was that?
It was at 9:13 and some seconds.
And was the 911 call made by Brandon around 9:14?
Yes.
So was that another piece of evidence that was considered by you in corroborating what Brandon had told you and what Robert Abotamarco had seen and what the physical evidence told you?
Yes.
When you were looking at the Tesla itself, you advised us that you have seen bullet holes into vehicles previously,
Yes.
and you have seen fragments of projectiles previously.
Yes.
When you looked at that bullet hole and those fragments, did you have any question as to whether or not that Tesla had been shot?
No question at all.
Did you ever recover a gun that you knew was used in this?
No.
Would the fact that it was one type of rifle over a different type of rifle change the fact that Brandon Boudreau's vehicle was shot that day?
No.
Could a handgun kill someone?
Yes.
Could a rifle kill someone?
Yes.
Exactly. That's the thing. If they don't have a gun to test it with, and what difference does it make, actually? I mean, they don't have even a gun in
You were
mind.
asked
I think it's the same one that tried to kill
yesterday
Tammy.
about LPR, license
That's
plate
me.
reader. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And we had heard from Tom Miller about the DEA license plate readers.
That's correct.
Is that the only license plate readers that exist?
No.
In this investigation, well, the defendant had asked you about there being no other license plate readers showing this Jeep. Is that accurate?
That is not accurate.
Was there a LPR hit for the Jeep Wrangler Texas plate LWD 0997 in a city south of Rexburg, Idaho on September 30th of 2019 at about 8:10 p.m.?
Yes,
Was there an LPR hit in Idaho for the Jeep Wrangler license plate LWD 0997 on US Highway 20 near Rexburg, Idaho at 3:54 and 4:28 a.m. on October 3rd?
yes,
Would that again be consistent with other evidence that you learned in this case from other individuals?
yes,
You were asked a bit about a cast
Boom
report
shakalaka.
done by Nick
Love
Ballas. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did you create that?
I did not create that report.
Did you provide some of the cell phone records that we admitted and talked about that you obtained through search warrants to Mr. Balance?
Yes,
And did information that he gleaned from that and that he made into that report that you reviewed appear consistent again with a timeline of that Jeep leaving Idaho on the 30th of September and being down in Arizona on October 2nd of 2019?
yes, it did.
I don't know
You were asked about a
Nate
lot of different
from Idaho News
that
said it,
you
You?
had with
but
interactions.
we still
that you
don't
had with
know
Brandon
for sure
Blucher. Do you
everything that
recall
went
that?
on in the
I do
hearing.
recall that, yes.
And
Maybe it was all about that,
would it be
only
fair
about
to say,
that.
Detective, that at the time of February of 2020, you were investigating multiple cases?
Yes, that is accurate.
Would it be fair to say that in February of 2020, you were also investigating multiple cases with other agencies involving Melanie Boudreau?
Yes,
At the time of this shooting, we have discussed that this defendant and her brother, Alex Cox, were living in Rexburg, Idaho, correct?
correct.
Were you then working with the Rexburg Police Department to help obtain information from Rexburg and other counties around there in relation to this investigation?
Yes,
So in any time when you were obtaining search warrants or continuing your investigation, were you pulling in information being provided to you from people such as the DEA LPR reader,
yes,
Fremont County LPR readers,
yes,
information being obtained by police up in Idaho
yes,
from search warrants that they were executing,
yes,
as well as search warrants that you executed up there on the Jeep?
correct.
Was all of that put together when you were determining or not you had information to corroborate what Brandon Boudreau told you on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it was a collective effort.
Although you are the case agent in this matter because it occurred in Gilbert, did you have to rely heavily on aid from the Rexburg Police Department and other agencies to obtain evidence in Idaho?
Yes,
And are those detectives in a better position to discuss things such as storage units or burner phones that were purchased up there?
yes, they are.
Although you are familiar with those and they were all relevant to this investigation, would it be fair to say that since they obtained it, they're in the better position to testify as to it?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? If so, please pass those down. I see at least one.
Hey, Panda, what up? What up, girlfriend? Oh, we have another sidebar? God, we've had a lot of sidebars today. Okay, so I just right now, heard from Mama's the boss. Her grandbaby is off oxygen and she is doing really good. So, very happy about that. All the prayers worked. Yes, isn't that awesome? Yep, she was born on the 6th. Yes, absolutely. Right? But I know. Yeah, she was life flighted to the hospital. She had some complications, so really, really excited. Oh my gosh. It is so excited. This guy's cracking me up over here. So, you know what's so funny? Mr. Snotty went and got us lunch, and he ordered unsweetened iced tea, and they gave him sweet tea. I cannot drink that. And so
Before I ask these, are there any other?
Jack took a drink of it.
All right.
And he just looked at it like, what?
Witnesses to confuse colors or not remember them accurately.
Ooh.
Yes. Do I answer this for you, Your Honor?
I'll let the parties follow up on that if they need to. The next question is, were the attempted phone calls to...
Wait, I was talking over it. I'm going to back it up a second.
Why? For witnesses to confuse colors or not...
Sorry, I'll shut my mouth.
Before I ask these, are there any other juror questions? All right. In your experience, is it unusual for witnesses to confuse colors or not remember them accurately?
Yes. Do I answer this for you, Your Honor?
I'll let the parties follow up on that if they need to. The next question is, were the attempted phone calls to wife recorded during the in-car interview of Brandon on the day of the shooting? I guess, let's clarify, did you record those phone calls?
To the second question, yes, those calls were recorded.
And were voicemails left explaining the situation?
A voicemail was left requesting a response for a call back, not explaining the situation. That was from Brandon. And then I know I later called and left a message explaining my involvement as a detective who wanted to talk to Melanie Boudreau at the time. And she later responded, and the interview happened the next day.
All right. Follow up on that question from the defense, on those 3 questions from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
In terms of colors and not remembering them accurately. You said it's not unusual for a witness to not remember always a color. Is that due to just sort of the circumstances surrounding what's happening when they're trying to observe these things like a vehicle?
Yeah, so I'll answer this in a couple parts. It is not uncommon for people to commonly mistake black for white or red for blue or different colors, assuming they're not colorblind to begin with. You amplify that situation, for lack of better words, in a traumatic situation, going out to multiple violent scenes, or even not a violent scene, just an emotional scene, maybe between a domestic dispute. It is quite common that colors for vehicles or clothing or hairstyles or hair color are mistaken, especially when you add the traumatic element to it. So.
No other questions?
All right, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
Well, I'm actually glad they asked that because, come on, she made such a big deal about it.
Oh no! Watch out!
Goofus. She's such a pain in the butt.
Oh no! Oh, sweet dog.
All right, you're going to come right up here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
I don't know who this is.
Oh no! Watch out!
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Vanessa Milkey. I'm a Forensic Scientist 3 for the City of Mesa Forensic Services.
How long have you worked there?
I have been there for over 12 years now.
And can you tell us your training and experience to work both as a forensic scientist and then, I guess, let's start there.
Okay. I have a bachelor's degree in biological sciences from Arizona State University. While in college, I was a forensic services intern for about 8 months for the City of Mesa Forensic Services. After college, I was a laboratory technician for United Blood Services for 1 year. Prior to my current position, I was a crime scene technician for the Chandler Police Department for almost 2 years. After I was a crime scene technician and I was hired at the City of Mesa, I completed the required serology and DNA training that took about 2 years.
All right, so what is your current role? What do you specifically do?
I examine items for the presence of biological fluids, conduct DNA analysis, prepare samples for DNA analysis, take notes, write reports, and review reports.
So you talked about training specifically at the City of Mesa with regards to DNA testing and analysis. How long of a process is that?
It took me about 2 years to complete all of the required training, and then every single year, I'm required to do a minimum of 8 hours of continuing education.
And are there any type of quality assurance processes to ensure that your analysis is correct and your conclusions are accurate?
Yes, during training, I was required to complete competency tests along the way for each new thing that I learned. And then every single year, I have to do 2 proficiency tests to show that I'm proficient in serology and DNA analysis.
Now, at the Mesa Police Department, do you separate sort of this process and have one person take cuttings of swabs or evidence to prepare them for testing, and then another person who will take those to develop those unknown profiles for analysis?
Yes, we have serology and DNA. So there are some analysts that just do serology, and there's some that are trained in both serology and DNA analysis. For a particular case, it could be the same individual doing serology and DNA, or it could be different analysts.
So let's start with talking about DNA. What is it?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's considered the blueprint of life. You get half of your DNA from your mother and the other half from your father. Every individual has a different DNA profile with the exception of identical twins.
When the police are collecting biological evidence from a scene for DNA testing, are there different types of biological evidence that can be used for DNA testing?
Yes, the a DNA profile can be generated from hair, semen, saliva, sweat, skin cells, blood.
So you talked about skin cells, and if we are talking about swabbing different areas that people touch, if a person touches an item, do they always leave behind DNA?
No, not always. It depends on the type of surface. If an individual is wearing gloves, they're not going to leave behind their DNA.
Does the environment also impact potentially your ability to obtain DNA from a swabbed surface that someone touched?
Yes, there are different environmental conditions such as heat, moisture, sunlight that can all damage the DNA. And also if there's any type of cleaning products that have been applied, such as bleach.
So just because a person touches an item doesn't mean you're going to be able to find the DNA there.
That's correct.
And then we've been talking about sort of a DNA profile. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, a DNA profile is kind of like a graph. There's different locations that I'm looking at that I am comparing from, let's say, a question sample to a known sample. So a known sample is something where I know where the sample was collected from. A typical known sample is buccal swabs, which cells are the cells from the inside of your cheek. So I have an expected DNA profile. And an unknown profile would be something from a crime scene where I don't know what the DNA profile is, but I'm going to look at all 23 different locations and I'm going to compare that to my known samples.
So when you're creating a DNA profile, do law enforcement agencies generally look at the same locations on the DNA, long strand of DNA?
Yes, different laboratories use different what's called kits, but it's all very similar locations.
You're not looking at every spot on the DNA chromosome, right?
No, just 23 different locations.
When you are looking at a DNA profile from a known source let's start with a known source, are you able to generally create a single source DNA profile?
From a known sample?
Yeah.
Yes, typically I am able to generate a full DNA profile from a known sample.
Okay. And like someone's blood would be a known sample.
Yes.
Now, if you have a cutting or a swab from a crime scene, are there different things that might affect your ability to develop a full DNA profile?
Yes, sometimes there's not enough DNA present for me to have a conclusive DNA profile, or sometimes there's too much DNA there where it's too complex, where I can't pull anything out or make any comparisons or conclusions.
Is one of the things we're talking about when we say there's too much DNA referred to often as a mixture?
A mixture is anything that's more than one individual contributing to that DNA sample.
And if you have a mixture, are you always able to tell us all the people who are part of that?
No, sometimes there's just too much information there where I can't separate out the different numbers and determine how many people are contributing to the sample.
When you develop a DNA profile from a swab from a crime scene, and there's a mixture of people who have contributed to that, do you ever have anything called a major contributor? What is that?
Yes, a major contributor is just the individual that's contributing the majority of the DNA to the sample.
And if you have a mixture, You told us you're not always able to tell all the people. Are you always able to tell how many people contributed?
No, I don't always know how many people contributed, but we usually give a minimum number that the analyst would think is contributing to that mixture.
Okay. So if we see there's a major contributor, is there such a thing as a minor contributor?
Yes, the opposite of the major would be the minor. So if there's a major component, there's also a minor component. And with every sample, the minor component may not be conclusive.
Okay. When you are creating these DNA profiles of these unknown sources, are you able to tell sometimes if there's a male or female contributor?
Yes, there's a sex-determining marker called amylogenin. So a female would have an X and an X, and a male would have an X and a Y. If I'm looking at that sex-determining marker, if I see an X and a Y, then that is an indication that the profile is from a male. If there's a really big X and a really small Y, that would be an indication that there's a female present and there is also a male present. Because if there's just one male or two males, I would expect the X and the Y to be about the same height.
So when you are provided with a known sample of someone and some questioned sample that was taken from a crime scene, what are you asked to do with that? What does the analysis involve?
The DNA process is a 4-step process. The first step is called extraction, where the cells are broken open and the DNA is released from the cell. The second step is quantitation, where I'm determining how much DNA I have in a sample, if any at all. The third step is amplification. It's kind of similar to a DNA Xeroxing machine, where I'm making millions of copies of the DNA. And the last step is called detection, where I'm generating a DNA profile. The DNA profile from the unknown profile
Hey, Queen.
can be compared to the DNA profile from the known.
Thank you,
The
ma'am.
known individuals to determine if there's a match or no match.
So in January of 2020, was the Mesa Police Department lab doing DNA
Little
testing
Miss
for the Gilbert Police
Mantits
Department?
over here
Yes, and we
is
still do.
And
spicy
so
today.
Was the
She's
process for the Gilbert Police Department to send over any
several
known
sidebars.
and any
Ha-
questioned DNA samples to you to
Colby's
see if you
there
developed
and
DNA profiles and
Ray
reach any
Hermosillo is
conclusions?
supposed to
Yes.
testify today.
In this case,
Just throwing
were you
all that out
provided
there.
with several cuttings from Lisa Perry from swabs from a vehicle.
Yes, I was.
And were you provided with a DNA profile for
She
an
is.
Alexander Cox that was developed by Emilyn Sapinosa?
Her gross
After I
ass
completed
man
the
tits
analysis of my
husband.
samples, I compared the results from my samples to any
Hmm.
known individuals that were also submitted for the same case.
And was that for the Alexander Cox?
Correct.
Were you then asked to develop DNA profiles from those cuttings that Lisa Perry had given to you?
Yes,
And then compare those to Alexander Cox?
correct.
Were you provided a cutting of a swab from the steering wheel of the Jeep?
Yes.
Were you able to create a DNA profile from that?
May I refer to my report?
If that would help refresh your recollection.
Go ahead.
Yeah, do you have that with you?
I do, I can.
Or do you need a copy?
Is it okay if I was writing? on
Yeah,
it?
go ahead.
Yes, I was able to generate a DNA profile for this sample.
From the steering wheel?
Yes,
Were you able to determine how many contributors were in, well, let me ask you, was that a mixture?
it was a mixture. I have a major conclusive profile and the minor portion is inconclusive.
Okay. And for the minor, were you able to determine how many, I guess, contributors were in that mixture?
I have a minimum of 3 contributors.
Okay. Were you able to tell anything about the sex of the major contributor?
The major contributor is of male origin.
And were you able to tell anything about the sex of the minor contributors?
Since it's inconclusive, I didn't make any comparisons or I didn't make any conclusions for the minor component.
Did you compare that major contributor DNA profile from the swab of the steering wheel to the known DNA profile of Alex Cox?
Yes, the major profile obtained from this item matches the DNA profile from Alexander Cox.
Do you have any statistics as to the frequency of that occurrence?
Yes.
Could you tell us those?
May I read from my report?
Go ahead.
The frequency of occurrence of an unrelated individual in a random population having the same genetic profile as the major DNA profile obtained from this item is approximately 1 in 975 sextillion African Americans, 1 in 111 quintillion Caucasians, and 1 in 344 quintillion Southwestern Hispanics.
What is a quintillion?
A quintillion is a 1 followed by 18 zeros.
Were you provided with additional other swab cuttings to also attempt to develop DNA profiles?
Yes,
Were you provided with a cutting from the passenger seat belt buckle?
yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
No, this profile was inconclusive due to an insufficient amount of DNA.
What does that mean?
It means that I didn't have enough information to conclusively give any results that are reliable.
So it doesn't mean there's no DNA there.
Correct.
Just means you didn't get enough DNA to do any type of comparison.
Yes.
Okay. Were you provided with a cutting from Lisa Perry from the swab from the passenger interior door handle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile for that?
No, this was also an inconclusive DNA result.
Was there again insufficient DNA?
Yes.
Were you provided with swabs from the lug nuts from the spare tire of that Jeep vehicle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
No, this DNA profile was inconclusive due to an insufficient amount of DNA.
So again, there's DNA there, correct?
Correct.
But just not enough of it for you to do any comparisons.
Yes.
Were you provided with a cutting of the swab from the gear shift of that Jeep?
Yes.
And were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes, this is a DNA mixture that indicates that there's at least 3 individuals of male and female origin.
Did you have a major contributor to that DNA profile?
I did not.
Were you able to make any determinations as to sex of any of those contributors?
Yes, I made a determination that Alexander Cox cannot be eliminated as a contributor to the DNA mixture.
What does that mean?
That means that when looking at the DNA profile that I generated from the gear shifter, the different numbers that I have on my DNA profile for the gear shifter, the numbers that Alexander Cox has on his DNA profile, he cannot be eliminated from my conclusive locations. So for example, if he has, let's say, a 7 and an 8 at one location, the DNA profile that I generated from the gear shifter also has those same numbers. So there's not a difference in the profile from the gear shifter and the profile from Alexander Cox.
Now, so for the gear shift, you can't eliminate him because there's no inconsistencies in those profiles. There's just not enough information for you to make that conclusion?
Yes, there's no inconsistencies between the two.
Thank you. Were you provided with cuttings from the swab from Lisa Perry from the driver's side seatbelt buckle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes, the major DNA profile from this item matches the DNA profile from Alexander Cox.
So is that a mixture then?
It is a mixture. The minor is inconclusive, the major is conclusive.
So the major was the DNA profile that you compared then to Alex Cox?
The major profile that I obtained matches Alexander Cox, correct?
And did you have statistics for the frequency of occurrence for this match from the driver's side seat belt buckle when you compared that DNA profile to Alexander Cox?
Yes. The frequency of occurrence of an unrelated individual in a random population having the same genetic profile as the major DNA profile obtained from this item is approximately 1 in 123 nonillion African Americans, 1 in 715 septillion Caucasians, and 1 in 2.78 octillion Southwestern Hispanics.
Septillion. I think that's a different number. What is that?
Septillion is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
So a higher frequency even than the other match.
Yes.
So in this case, 2 of the swabs that you tested, both the steering wheel itself and the driver's side seat belt buckle, had major contributors where the DNA profile from those 2 items matched the DNA profile of Alexander Cox.
Yes.
Did that conclude your involvement in comparing these swabs to the known sample of Alexander Cox?
It did.
Thank you. The state has no other questions.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. All right, thank you. You can step down.
Thank you.
All right, let's recess for lunch. Can we resume at 1:15, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. We'll resume at 1:15. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
There's Colby. Oh, that's awesome.
Seated, the jury is no longer present. After a sidebar, I marked Exhibit 202, Defense Exhibit 202. This is base stamps 2714. The purpose for that is just for appeal purposes on, so the substance is there for the record as to why I denied the defendant going into this in much detail with that particular witness. So just for the record, that will not be provided to the jury when they deliberate. All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense? There's a draft of final instructions there. Please take a look at those when you get a chance. All right, we'll be at recess till 1:15.
Thank you.
I think Lori figured out she wasn't smart enough. Yeah. Right? Exactly. That's too funny. I love that queen. That I love when
You want to get them
I can go get
ready?
it.
wow, sorry about all that. Stop. Guess who? You know who it was. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Stop. That damn neighbor that always uses a doorbell. Oh, I cannot with her. Whew.
Look,
Yeah.
I know it did.
Holy hell breaking loose.
I saw it.
I don't know if you were here, but Mama's the Boss grandbaby is off oxygen. Still, she does still have the feeding tube and jaundice, but they're thinking she should go home by this weekend. So Good news there, Queen. But yeah, but we're in good shape today because we can fast forward. Lori didn't screw that up for us, so we're ready to go, go, go. Get down on it.
All right, we'll bring the jury in.
All rise for the jury.
All right, please be seated. The jury is present. We're back on the record. The state can
Oh, I'm glad.
call its
Queen,
next
isn't
witness.
she? She's so precious.
All right, sir, come on up.
Such a kissy face. I know it's
Stand
awesome.
in front of my
huh?
clerk here and be sworn in.
You please spell your first name. Raise your hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
All right, you're gonna go up this ramp. Have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. My name is Kyle Mueller. I'm a forensic scientist section supervisor with the City of Phoenix Police Department Crime Lab
How long have you worked for the City of Phoenix Crime Lab?
for about 24 years now.
And can you tell us the different duties you have done over those 24 years?
Sure. I started out in the controlled substances section where I analyzed illicit drugs for the presence or absence of an illicit drug. I then transferred to the trace evidence section in 2007 and was a forensic scientist 2, and then a forensic scientist 3, and then a 4, and then now I'm the supervisor. In the trace evidence section, I analyze gunshot residue kits, footwear and tire track impression evidence, fibers, tape, and miscellaneous unknowns.
Can you tell us the education and training you've had in the area of trace evidence specific to GSR, gunshot residue?
Sure. Well, to start, I have a bachelor's of science in biochemistry. That's from the University of Arizona. I also have a master's of science in forensic science from the University of Florida. I've been trained by senior members of the crime lab, but I've also received several training opportunities for trace evidence, whether it's internal or external where possible. Specifically towards gunshot residue, there's a lot of history in the scientific literature for reading about what GSR is and how it's created. It's also a matter of going through the specific training program with the Phoenix PD Crime Lab. So I went through that, and I'm also proficiency tested on a yearly basis.
Can you tell us how long was that training at the City of Phoenix to work in the trace area?
Well, the training is ongoing, but so each subdiscipline in trace evidence, you need to go through the training program and then become competent in that subdiscipline. So and for specifically, excuse me, for gunshot residue, it was about 6 to 8 months.
And then you said you have ongoing proficiency training. Can you tell us what you mean by that?
Sure. Every year I receive a proficiency test to verify that I'm valid or competent in analyzing gunshot residue.
Well, let's start with then, what is gunshot residue?
Sure. Gunshot residue, or GSR for short, are small metallic particles that are formed from the discharge of a firearm. So when someone shoots a gun, these small particles are made up of the elements of lead, antimony, and barium, that are from the primer paste inside the bottom of a cartridge casing. That primer paste essentially is disintegrated, and we're left with these GSR particles that escape from any part of the firearm that's not completely closed in the manufacturing process. There are effectively 3 classifications that we test for gunshot residue. There's characteristic particles that have all 3 elements of lead, antimony, and barium. There's also consistent particles that have 2 of the 3 of those, so lead and barium, or lead and antimony, or antimony and barium. There's also commonly associated particles, and those are just lead particles. So that plume of smoke that you see when you shoot a gun, a lot of that plume, if you will, are these small metallic particles.
When that plume lands on things, is it visible? Can I look over here and say, hey, there's a GSR particle?
No, these are very small. They're anywhere from 5, 10, maybe 5 or 15 microns in width. To give you an example, if you were to take a cross-section of a human hair, that's around 60 to 90 microns. So these are very small particles. You can't see them with the naked eye. We have a very high-powered microscope in the SEM, or excuse me, in the trace evidence section called an SEM, and that's what we use for our analysis.
So does it matter if someone fires a handgun or a rifle? Is it going to be the same particles you're looking for?
Those same particles are generated regardless of the caliber of firearm used or the ammunition used. We still look for those 3 elements within that same type of particle.
When someone discharges a gun, what factors might impact whether or not that GSR residue particles are left on a person or objects around the gun?
Well, you can imagine that when someone shoots a gun, it's kind of like that smoke that's generated. It's kind of like smoking a cigarette. That plume of smoke is going to travel one way or the other based on if you're outside, if you're inside, if you're and it's a windy day or if it's raining. So if you're in an enclosed space, depending on where the wind velocity is, it's going to depend where that travels.
So if a person fires a gun from inside a vehicle while it's parked, would you in general expect to find GSR particles inside that vehicle?
Yes, it's certainly possible.
Okay. Can GSR particles over time get lost or removed from whatever object they have attached to after the gun is discharged?
So these particles, like I said before, they're like a fine metallic dust. They don't have a half-life. They don't decay over time. They don't evaporate. They're simply just washed away. So if GSR particles are found on an object, they will stay there indefinitely until they're washed away.
Okay. Have you seen cases where GSR was found inside a vehicle weeks or months after someone has fired a gun inside that car?
It's possible, yes.
In a case where it's alleged that a person was inside a rear portion of a Jeep and fired a rifle out the back window, would it be within the normal scope of possibilities to locate GSR on the windows of that vehicle a month after the shooting?
It's possible, yes.
Would it be impacted if, say, someone went in the Jeep and sprayed some Windex and cleaned off all the windows? Would that then remove it?
Yes, it would possibly remove any GSR.
So when we're talking about collection of an item that's not immediately after the discharge, does the fact of someone cleaning or not cleaning the area around the discharge impact the potential to collect those particles?
Yes, it would potentially remove those particles.
Can you tell us, in general, what you are provided with and then how you look for GSR particles with the kit you are given?
Sure. Depending on the case, a general GSR kit has vials inside of that kit. They're labeled usually about where they are collected from. There's essentially a plastic vial, and when you open up, excuse me, when you open up the cap to that plastic vial, on the inside of that cap is a small aluminum stub that has effectively sticky tape on it. And that tape is used to sample an area. The portion being, or the idea behind that is that if you have GSR on an area, whether it's someone's hands or an inanimate object, you would then stub that sample, and then any GSR on that sample will then be transferred to that stub. Now, those GSR stubs are then introduced as evidence into the laboratory, and that's where I come in and I test that evidence. So the GSR vials and those stubs are essentially, they come in a GSR kit. It's labeled depending on the evidence, and then start my note-taking process regarding what the GSR labels say, where they're taken from, and then I essentially take those stubs out of those vials and place them in an instrument called an SEM EDS. And that essentially stands for Scanning Electron Microscopy with Energy Dispersive X-ray Spectroscopy. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm introducing those stubs into that SEM because it's a very high power microscope to view these very small particles. I then analyze the kit with a program that we have for looking for GSR particles. The program then generates a report of what it found, and then I go back typically the next day and try to determine if these were actual GSR particles that were detected by the instrument or whether they were not. And then I compile my report with my results.
You told us earlier that there are 3 different elements you are looking for. What is the significance of locating 1, 2 of them together, or all 3 of those elements together in one particle?
So one particle that has all 3 elements is called characteristic, meaning that that is unlikely to have come from any other source in the environment other than from the discharge of a firearm. 2 of those, so a consistent particle is 2 of those elements, so lead and antimony, or lead and barium, or antimony and barium. And those are consistent particles, meaning that while they're also associated with the discharge of a firearm, they're also found in the environment. Lead is a commonly associated with particle, and while it's found in the environment, it's also found in, again, GSR, this plume of smoke that we see when someone discharges a weapon.
So you told us you work for the Phoenix Police Department. Do you still, does your agency assist other agencies with processing GSR kits?
Yes, we do.
On January of 2020, were you provided with 2 GSR collection kits from the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And were those marked with the Gilbert property identification numbers of 645-886 and 645-888?
Yes,
Were you asked to analyze these?
I was.
When you receive those, do you note whether or not they are integrity seals have been kept there and that they are still properly sealed when they arrive to you?
Yes, I do.
And were they still properly sealed with all integrity seals on them?
Yes, they were.
Now, the kits or the vials, do those come inside their own container, and then each vial itself is also individually sealed with the tag, I guess?
So the vials themselves that have the GSR stubs in them aren't individually sealed. They're usually anyway 3 to 4 of a pack, if you will, of vials. And then inside of that, or excuse me, those vials are then inside another envelope, which is inside the GSR kit.
Do the vials, though, have their own, I guess you indicated label, tape, whatever we want to say, going around them indicating what each one is from?
Yes,
Okay. So in this case, when you received those 2 kits, each of the vials had their own tape with the labeling and then were packaged in sealed packaging.
yes, that's correct.
And when you were provided with these 2 items, these 2 kits, did you, can you tell us what your initial process was?
Sure. I received notification from the Gilbert Police Department of where exactly these GSR vials were collected, so I could get a better idea of what to test first. So I got that information, and then I started my analysis on one of the GSR kits from 3 of the vials were from the inside of the Jeep, specifically the windows.
Why did you want to test the windows of the Jeep versus the tabs that may have been from, say, the back of the seats of the Jeep?
Well, testing the windows first, I thought was pertinent because they're more likely to not come into contact with an item that would previously had GSR on it. If GSR is on the inside of a window, unless it's been cleaned, it would probably be there still.
Okay. The GSR kit that you decided to test, did that contain stubs from the passenger side interior back window, the passenger side interior window, and the driver's side interior window?
Yes,
I assume you used the same process with the SEM microscope that you described?
yes, that's correct.
And then you independently confirm whether or not what the microscope located is in fact the items it indicates?
Correct.
For this one, starting with the passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles in that collection kit commonly associated with GSR?
Yes,
And so again, so we understand for commonly associated, what does that mean?
that means those are lead particles.
Okay, so just the single individual lead particles, and you found those on that stub.
Correct.
So for that same passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles consistent with GSR?
Yes, I did.
Again, just so we understand, what does consistent with GSR mean?
That means two of the three elements from a characteristic particle are present.
And do you in fact even note how many of those particles you find?
Yes, I do.
When you are looking for those, do you count every single one on the entire stub? Or do you at some point say that's enough to show they're there?
After 10, essentially, I stop. So if it's anything less than 10, I count and put that in my notes.
All right. When you were looking at this passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles that were characteristic of GSR?
Yes, I did.
And again, what does characteristic mean?
That means it has one particle that has the elements of lead, antimony, and barium that is kind of a round or amorphous morphology that is characteristic of being from the discharge of a firearm.
Okay. So when you located the commonly associated, consistent with, and characteristic particles, what was your conclusion as to the kit that was used to collect from the passenger side interior back window?
Again, that area of the Jeep is consistent with being in the vicinity of a discharged firearm or even coming into contact with something that had GSR on it.
Okay. Was one of the other vials that we discussed from the passenger interior window,
Yes,
did you find any particles commonly associated with GSR on that stub?
yes, I did.
How about consistent with or characteristic of?
No, I did not.
So what was your conclusion as to that vial where you just had particles commonly associated with GSR?
So to back up, when I put together my report, I took the results from all three samples that I tested and made my conclusion on that. If I'm looking at individual vials, so the vial that we just spoke about that had just the commonly associated with, that means that, again, a discharged weapon could have occurred within the vicinity of that sample being taken, but it could also come from an environmental source as well. But that's just for that one sample.
In a vehicle where a gun is discharged and the samples aren't collected till about a month later, why is it important to look at multiple locations?
Well, so when a gun is discharged, and you think of that plume of smoke, those GSR particles are going to travel anywhere potentially in the inside of that vehicle. So any of those areas could potentially have GSR on them. So when I when I performed my analysis on those samples, really finding where they are specifically in the Jeep isn't really an indication that something happened. It was just finding any in the Jeep. So it doesn't really matter where they originated or where I found them. It's just that they were present.
Okay. So you're really just looking to see, are those characteristic particles present within this Jeep that would indicate that a gun may have been discharged within that vehicle?
That is correct.
So we talked about 2 of the 3 vials. Was the third vial the driver's side interior window?
Yes,
Did you find particles commonly associated with GSR on that vial from the driver's side interior window?
yes, I did.
Did you find particles consistent with GSR on that driver's side interior window?
Yes,
And did you find particles characteristic of GSR on that driver's side passenger or driver's side interior window?
yes, I did.
When you then were looking at all 3 of those in different areas within that Jeep, were you then able to reach an overall conclusion as to this vehicle where these kits were taken from?
Yes, I was.
What was your conclusion?
That the inside of the vehicle was again in the vicinity of a firearm when it was discharged or came into contact with an item that had GSR on it.
And then given the locations of the collection sites, that was done to try to look for places where potentially the areas may not have been washed?
Correct.
And when you were talking about something coming into contact with those locations, are you also thinking about the fact that if someone puts a gun in their car, it's not usually on a window?
Correct. I wouldn't test like the back seat of a vehicle knowing that someone used that vehicle to go hunting or go to a shooting range in case they put their firearm in the back of their vehicle.
So if the collection had only been, for instance, of the seats of the vehicles, that may have been less, that may have played into your conclusion some?
My first initial analysis, yes.
In this case, because you were looking at windows in this vehicle, were those stubs specifically chosen by you because they were the windows that were collected?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, Cross.
Just a few questions. Mr. Mueller, you had said that a gun may have been discharged in this vehicle. Is that your conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. And just so I understand, because I'm trying to wrap my head around that, the 3 particles altogether, right?
Yes.
Antimony, barium, and lead, all 3 make it actually GSR. Is that correct?
So there's 3 classifications. All 3 of those elements in one particle is considered a characteristic particle, which is considered a GSR particle. But there's also the 2 component and the 1 component particles that I detected are also considered GSR.
Right. And so in your report, you say they're also found from a number of relatively common non-firearm sources. Is that also correct?
It's possible, yes.
And what are the non-firearm sources? Could you tell me some of those?
Sure. For lead, lead used to be prominent in gasoline and paint years ago. Lead can still be used in solder or varying manufacturing facilities. The 2 component particles are less common, but they also can be found in maybe some cosmetics or fireworks. But again, those are less common.
Okay. So would you find an actual GSR where all 3 elements were together in fireworks? Like if a firework went off in the vicinity?
No, ma'am.
You would never find GSR after fireworks?
3 component particle, no.
So you would find either consistent or commonly associated?
It's possible depending on the firework.
Okay. What about from brake dust?
Again, that's possible, yes.
What about from fertilizer?
I'm not familiar with fertilizer having those specific elements.
What about hairspray?
I'm not familiar with hairspray being component or having those components.
Okay. So
Here
you
she goes
of
again,
the kits
Googling
that you
shit
took,
like
of
she
the
knows.
stubs that you had that you actually tested,
Oh my God.
how many all three particles did you find together, grouped together?
So two, one on the driver's side and one on the passenger side.
Oh my
on the
God,
inside,
me too,
windows.
try me.
So
Her
just two.
voice, I cannot.
And so if a firearm were to be shot in the back of the Jeep, would you expect to find more than two from all the stubs that you analyzed?
It's difficult to determine how many particles are actually there.
After a
in
certain amount of
case
time.
I'm essentially getting a sample of that area. So the number is not really pertinent to my analysis.
So
I'm so right there with you.
is it safe to say that
Jeez.
whoever was the person who got the stubs would be deciding what you would end up analyzing later? You wouldn't have any control over that, right?
Correct. I didn't collect the stubs.
And that's pretty much
So
how it goes with
out of
everything.
The two that you found, out of how many stubs did you actually analyze? I'm sorry, I missed that.
So I analyzed three. In total, there were 8 collected.
Okay. That's all, Your Honor.
For the characteristic particles with all three elements, did you find one of those in the passenger side interior back window?
Yes.
And did you find 2 of those characteristic particles in the driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
You were asked about some different things like hairspray and brake dust. Are those things that would create the 3-particle characteristic items that we're talking about that are characteristic of GSR?
No, they would not.
So no matter how much hairspray we use in the car, you're not going to get antimony, barium, and lead stuck together into a particle?
No.
No matter how many fireworks we blow off in the back of this Jeep, we're not going to get the antimony, the barium, and the lead together as a characteristic particle?
No, ma'am.
So is this why it doesn't really matter how many you find? The fact that it's there is what's important?
Correct.
Because when you find the particles that have all 3 of those, that is what's the most meaningful of all of this.
Yes.
And that's because for the single just lead, we could come up with some reason why that might be there, right?
Correct.
And for even the consistent with, maybe you can come up with some reasons why it's there.
Correct.
But when we start talking about those characteristic particles, that means it's gunshot residue.
Correct. And the reason why I list out the other 2 classes, if you will, the consistent and commonly associated with, is because I expect to see all 3 types in the discharge of a firearm.
So when we are looking for the discharge of a firearm in a, we'll call it vehicle, as we were talking about here, you wouldn't expect to only find the characteristic particles.
No, I would not.
You would expect to find the single particles, the 2 combination, and all 3 together.
That's correct.
Exactly what you found here.
Correct.
I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any, sir. You can step down.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
right, sir, come on up. You're gonna stand right here in front of my clerk, be sworn in.
Can you please spell your first and last name?
Woohoo. I hope she gets sassy with him. That's too funny. Try me right. Yeah, I can't wait for her to get sassy with him. I bet she doesn't.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ray Hermosillo. I'm employed with the Rexburg Police Department.
Where's Rexburg Police Department?
Rexburg is a little town in southeast Idaho.
How long have you worked for the Rexburg Police Department?
I've been with Rexburg since 2001.
And can you tell us your different jobs or duties over the years at that department?
Sure. I started in patrol in 2001 as a normal patrolman. I worked patrol for about 18 years before I was promoted to detective in 2019. During that 18 years, I was able to obtain numerous certificates. I currently hold a supervisor certificate and an advanced certificate through Post Academy. In 2019, I was promoted to detective. I currently am a lieutenant over the detective division.
So in 2019, you were working as a detective in Rexburg. How big is that city?
Rexburg is roughly probably 40,000.
Okay. How many detectives are there?
Currently, we have 7 detectives for the 40,000 people.
And back in 2019?
About the same, 7.
And did you cover sort of any investigations in every investigation as a detective in Rexburg?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to bring you to November 1st of 2019. Did you speak with a Detective Nolan McDermott from the Gilbert Police Department here in Arizona?
I did.
Were you asked to aid the Gilbert Police Department by locating and impounding a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate LWD 0997?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you provided with an address where that Jeep might be located?
I was.
Are you familiar with 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, Rock Creek townhomes.
Okay, so those are townhomes. Are there multiple units there?
Correct.
Were you provided with a unit 175 that would potentially be relevant to this case?
Yes, I was told that 175 was where I needed to focus. 175, 174.
When you were given this information, were you provided with a probable cause statement from Detective McDermott?
I was on November 1st of 2019.
And knowing that you were going to be looking for this Jeep to seize it, did you obtain a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
So on November 1st, did you go out to 565 Pioneer Road, Unit
did.
175?
Yes, we did.
Did you go with someone else?
I'm sorry, could you
Sure.
repeat that?
Did you go with someone else or were you by yourself?
No, I went with other detectives.
And what did you do when you got out there?
We were asked by Gilbert Police to perform intermittent surveillance to see if we can locate the 2018 Jeep Wrangler. So that's exactly what we did. We went out, performed surveillance, and we were unable to locate the Jeep on November 1st.
Now, had you been provided with the name Laurie Vallow?
Yes.
Had you been provided with the name Alexander Cox?
Yes, we have.
Were you looking for the Jeep that belonged to Laurie Vallow?
Correct.
Okay. When you were doing surveillance of Unit 175, did you take any photos of the individuals who you saw going into and out of that residence?
We did. We took a couple photos of some individuals coming out of the garage and going into the garage area of 175.
Did you see that person go into any vehicles?
We did.
Was that a male or female you saw?
That was a female, Lori Vallow.
Do you see that person that you saw going in and out of Unit 175 and getting in and out of the vehicle that you saw in Rexburg, Idaho on November 1st in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She is at the defendant's table in a blue coat with a light blue shirt and red glasses.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Good job.
Did you, in fact, follow Ms. Vallow in a vehicle to another location and back to the Unit 175?
We did. We followed her to Walgreens in Rexburg off of Main Street, then followed her back to her residence at 175.
What kind of vehicle was she driving at that time?
A blue Nissan Rogue.
Okay. I've shown defendant exhibits 126 and 127. I may have my paralegal approach. And did you said you took photos of those. I'm showing you 126 and 127. Can you let me know if you recognize those? Do you recognize those as photos taken from surveillance on November 1st of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 126 and 127.
Any objection?
Just relevance, Your Honor.
They're admitted. 126, 127.
Now, you told us that, if I can have the Elmo, that the defendant, Ms. Vallow, was driving a blue Nissan Rogue. Did that have an Arizona license plate of CRT 2994?
Yes, ma'am.
We're showing here exhibit 126. I'm going to pull out some. Although we can't really see well. When there's no glare, is Ms. Vallow going into the residence here?
That is correct. That's Miss Vallow.
And this is Unit 175.
Correct.
Then 127 is her going further into it, albeit the glare here, we can't really see that.
Yes, ma'am.
So did you find the Jeep that you were looking for, that 2018 Jeep with the Texas plates when you were there on November 1st?
No, we did not. Not on November 1st.
Did you search the whole complex?
We did.
So did you go back again later to try to locate the Jeep?
Yes, we looked for the Jeep. November 1st was a Friday in 2019. We looked for the Jeep all weekend and were unable to locate it. I was finally able to locate it Monday morning, November 4th.
So did you went back to look again on Monday morning to 565 Pioneer Road and you saw the Jeep?
I was on my way home from the gym and looked over to my right and saw the Jeep parked outside of apartment 175.
What did you do when you saw it?
I had Erickson Tow Company seize the Jeep and tow it to our impound lot.
Is that an internal or external lot?
We have both external and internal, but we towed it and put it inside our impound lot, inside.
Did you let the Gilbert Police Department know you had located and seized that Jeep?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you attempt to contact Lori Vallow to let her know you took the Jeep?
We did several times that day. We made attempts to go over and knock on the door to let Miss Vallow know that we had her Jeep in case they wondered if it was stolen or impounded. And we were unable at any time to make contact with Miss Vallow, and nobody had called the police department stating their Jeep was missing either.
So you never received a call from Lori Vallow to report her Jeep stolen?
No,
Never got a call from Alex Cox saying a Jeep was stolen?
no.
So you have the Jeep on the 4th of November. Do you coordinate with the Gilbert Police Department for them to come to Rexburg, Idaho to be able to process the Jeep?
We did.
Did you in fact author the search warrant for them to be able to take things like DNA swabs and GSR kits and things like that?
Yes.
Were you present when that search warrant was executed on November 18th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Were you just watching and allowing them to do the processing?
That's correct.
When you were there on November 18th, as well as when you impounded the Jeep, did you note anything about the tinting on the rear windows of that Jeep?
I noticed that the tinting on the Jeep was extremely dark. It appeared darker than Idaho state law allows.
From the outside, trying to look inside, were you able to see into the vehicle?
Not unless I got right up to the window.
Did you learn during this investigation that that Jeep had been taken to Dan Moss's tinting on September 25th to have those windows tinted?
I did learn that later on in the investigation, yes.
Okay, but at that time, you did not know that.
That's correct.
On December 18th of 2019 was a second search warrant executed on that Jeep Wrangler.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you author that search warrant as well?
I did.
And were you again present for the execution of that search warrant?
Yes, I was.
Were photographs taken of the Jeep?
Yes, they were.
Were photographs taken of receipts inside the Jeep?
Yes.
When the Jeep was being processed on December 18th and photographs were taken of the receipts, did you note a receipt inside that was related to, or that came from Arizona?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice a receipt from Arizona that was from October 1st of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Understanding that you were being asked by the Gilbert Police to investigate a shooting on October 2nd, did you feel that was relevant?
Yes, ma'am.
Shown the defendant exhibits 128 through 134, if I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize those as photos taken of the Jeep from the search warrant that was executed on December 18th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 128 through 134.
Any objection?
No objection.
128 through 134 admitted.
So 128, were these just some overall photos of this Jeep?
Yes, that's correct.
In 129, do we see a tag from Texas that also reflects the license plate number up here, the LWD 0997?
Yes.
Is this, again, the side to show that dark tinting on that?
Correct.
That's the license plate that was on the Jeep that you impounded?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that show the whole back of the Jeep?
Yes.
I know you were present both on November 18th and now on December 18th, a month later. When this Jeep was being processed with this tire on it, were you guys able to open that rear window while the tire was still on the Jeep?
No, we weren't able to.
And then is this the other side of the Jeep itself?
Correct.
In Exhibit 134, does this show sort of different receipts and stuff found in the Jeep itself?
Yes.
And does that include focus? a receipt from Los Favoritos at 5351 South Power Road in Mesa, Arizona.
Correct.
And does it show a date of October 1 of 2019?
Yes.
And although it's getting blurry here, is it the timestamp 1312 hours?
Yes, it is.
So this receipt, let me ask you this, from the time that you impounded the Jeep on November 4th, was it always in your custody until this executed search warrant on December 18th?
Yes, it was.
And so this Jeep that you impounded on November 4th had a receipt from October 1st of 2019 at 1312 hours from a restaurant in Mesa, Arizona.
That's correct.
And you were aware at that time that Brandon Boudreaux had been shot at on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was from the day before.
Right.
When you were working with the Gilbert Police Department, you told us that you had done some surveillance from November 1st until you recovered the Jeep on November 4th. Later in November, did you have some additional time to do surveillance at the 565 Pioneer Road? Specifically November 26th.
Yes, we did.
On November 26th, did you have contact with a person by the name of Chad Daybell?
Yes, I did.
On November 26th of 2019, who did you understand that to be in relation to Lori Vallow?
Lori's current husband.
Was there anyone with Chad Daybell when you saw him on November 26th?
What?
It was also Lori's brother,
Oh my
Alex
God.
Cox, that was with Chad Daybell at that time.
Can you describe for us the circumstance you saw these two on November 26th? Where were they? Were they around a vehicle, around a townhome?
So when we made contact with Chad, and Alex, they were unloading Alex's pickup truck, unloading items from the back of it into the garage of apartment 175. And that's when I initially made contact with both of them.
You said that they were getting out of a vehicle. What kind of vehicle was it?
It was a gold Ford pickup truck.
Was it a Ford F-150?
Yes,
Do you recall if it had Arizona plates on it?
it did have Arizona plates. I
Were
believe
they, I guess, personalized plates?
they were personalized.
Was that a CPQUINT?
Yes, CP Quint.
At this time, when you are at this apartment complex on November 26th,
I know, I love him.
is it your understanding that Lori Vallow is living at those Rock Creek townhomes?
That's correct.
What all's gonna come in here? Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Was it your understanding at that time that Alex Cox was living in the Rock Creek townhomes as well? On November 26th?
At that time, yes, we knew he was at the Rock Creek townhomes.
Oh, this is gonna get Harry Carey.
Shown the defendant
Woo.
exhibit 135. I could outline for a legal approach.
They already know that Melanie lives there,
Thank you.
I think.
Is that just sort of an aerial overview of the Rock Creek apartments that we're talking about
Yes, it is.
at 565 Pioneer
Maybe
Road?
not, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that show where Unit 175 is?
Does.
State will move to admit 135.
Any objection?
Just foundation, Your Honor.
Shut up, shut up. Foundation, Your Honor. Okay, okay. Fuck right off, you asshole.
So we see here, this is Pioneer Road. Is this the Rock Creek townhomes?
Yes, it is.
using Exhibit 135, are you able to tell us approximately where Unit 175 is located?
Is there a pointer I can use or?
Could he point to the
Behind you.
TV behind you?
Look behind.
If you could get up and,
Go ahead.
thank you.
I know that
So if you
judge
could
hates your
point to-
guts.
yeah.
You know he does.
Door is this way. So the garage where I first made contact with Alex and Chad both were right back here.
Detective, maybe if you could go to this side? Sorry, just the other side so the jury doesn't have to look through you. Thank you.
The Jeep was located on November 4th, parking a stall right here.
So that's where you located it on the 4th, and that's right near the 175 you were describing?
Correct, right in front of the 175 garage.
Now, you told us that you also knew that at that time Alex Cox was living at the Rock Creek Townhomes. Can you show us where that was, what unit that was, approximately?
107 is where Alex Cox was living, and it was roughly here, the front door to 107.
Okay. During this time, on November 26th, did you learn that a Melanie Boudreau was also living at the Rock Creek Townhomes?
There we go.
Yes, I did.
Oh, yeah.
What unit did she live in?
She lived in 174, which is right next door to Miss Vallow's residence.
Hey, Two Skulls.
Thank you. You can be seated now.
I love this stupid fucking hooker. She thought she was going to win fighting with the judge. Freaking love this for that stupid, ugly mug.
Now,
I hope she questions him. I hope she does. I swear.
did you become,
I bet she's too scared, though. I bet.
were documentation obtained along with an affidavit for the rental application for Lori Vallow to live at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, they were.
Did the documentation show her as renting unit 107?
Yes, it showed Lori Vallow as the renter of apartment 107.
Did you ever see her over at apartment 107?
No, I didn't.
So on November 1st, you saw her at 175?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 162, which is pursuant to 803 and 902 with the affidavit authenticating them from the custodian of records.
All right. Any objection?
No objection.
Can you give me the number again?
162.
162 is admitted.
So 162, we see the application for Lori Vallow to rent 565 Pioneer Road, number 7. Is that correct?
Number 107, yes.
107. And that was submitted on August 14th?
Correct, the way I understand it.
And did that indicate a vehicle of a Jeep Wrangler with the LWD 0997?
Yes,
That's the Jeep that you impounded on the 4th?
that's correct.
And did it also indicate a Nissan Rogue blue, no license plate at that time?
Correct.
And is that the type of vehicle that you had seen Lori Vallow driving when you were doing surveillance on the 1st of November?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I love their relationship, too.
Now, you
They're
told
too
us
funny.
that Alex Cox also lived in this townhome complex. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you know what unit he rented in his paperwork? Was it 175?
Yes, Alex was the renter in apartment 175.
Now, We're talking about November 26, where you're doing some surveillance. You have interactions with Chad Daybell and with Alex Cox outside of Unit 175.
Correct.
Did you go to Unit 105 to see if Lori Vallow was there?
We went to Unit 107,
107, yeah, I'm sorry.
see if Lori was there, and there was nobody there at that apartment.
Were you aware then that the rental paperwork for Alex Cox, along with an affidavit authenticating those records being kept in the normal course of business, was obtained from the Rooftop Real Estate Management Company for Alex Cox's rental of Unit 175?
Yes, we didn't obtain that on the 26th of November, but later throughout the investigation, yes, ma'am.
Correct. State will move to admit those pursuant to 803 and 902, Exhibit 160.
Any objection?
No objection.
160 is admitted.
And so, although this is a tough thing to read, do we see the 26th day of August of 2019, Alexander Cox?
Yes.
And does the letter from the Realty Management say that Alex Cox had rented 565 Pioneer at Unit 175?
That's correct.
Now, you told us that on the 26th of November, you had contact with Chad Daybell and Alex Cox near Unit 175. Did you go to Unit 175 to see if anyone was inside there?
We knocked on apartment 175. We also knocked on apartment 174, which is where Lori's niece lived, to see if maybe they were over there. And we were unable to make contact with anybody at all three apartments.
Okay. Now, the next day on November 27th, were search warrants executed on units 107, 174, and 175?
Yes, they were.
Was anyone home in any three of these residences when they were executed?
No, there was not.
I'm going to talk about Unit 107, the one that was in the rental paperwork rented to Lori Vallow. Can you describe for us what you saw when you went into that unit?
Apartment 107 was completely vacant. It looked like everybody had moved out. There wasn't anything in the entire apartment, so we assumed that nobody had lived there because it was vacant.
So no furniture,
No, ma'am.
no groceries?
Nothing. Like it was ready to be moved in for a new tenant.
Okay. When you went into Unit 175, where you had seen Miss Vallow going into previously after making the trip to the Walgreens on November 1st, what did it look like inside that unit?
So 175 was different. There was furniture, food in the pantry, food in the refrigerator, beds. It looked like somebody was living there. But as we went upstairs into the master bedroom and other bedrooms, the entire closet was completely empty, other than just empty hangers. So it looked like somebody had just grabbed everything hanging. There were no clothes, and just took off with what they had.
Were photographs taken inside Unit 565 of Pioneer, or I'm sorry, 565 Pioneer Road, Unit 175 during that search warrant?
Yes, photos and also a video.
Okay. Did each of these units have their own garage as well?
They did.
So I'm going to start with the interior of that residence. When you were inside Unit 175, did you see any documentation in there relating to renting a storage unit for Lori Vallow?
Yes, we did. We found a rental agreement in the master bedroom on what I believe to be was a copier, where it detailed the address of the storage unit, self-storage plus, and also the storage unit number, which was C52.
Your Honor, I've shown the defendant Exhibit 136 through 138, if my paralegal can approach.
Thank you.
And is that showing sort of the outside of the unit and then a photograph of that document that you located that you just told us about?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 136 through 138.
Any objection?
No objection.
136 through 138 are admitted.
Okay. So
Why doesn't she speak up? No objections.
137
Oh, I
is at the
freaking
front
can't
of
stand
units
her.
175. Oops,
Yes, cut off.
May
just a
pull
little.
out.
There you go. Yes, 175. It's the one with the toys out front.
where would 174 be in relation to this?
To the left of that apartment.
So
Yep,
this
right
one?
over there.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So this apartment was technically rented to Alex Cox, but inside it had some indicia of Lori Vallow.
That's correct.
I'm putting up 138. So when we see this, we see at the top, you said C52. Is that a storage unit location?
That's the number of the storage unit at the storage location, correct?
Okay. And down here, do we see a date when this was executed?
Yes, October 1st, 2019.
And what name is on this?
Lori Ryan.
Did you learn in your investigation that Lori Vallow, before she became Lori Vallow, was Lori Ryan?
That's correct.
So she was Lori Ryan, then Lori Vallow, and now Lori Daybell?
Correct.
Does this show the location
Ooh, I
of
love
the
it.
storage facility?
Yes, it does.
Self-Storage Plus at 433 Airport Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that in relation to 565 Pioneer Road? Is it far away?
No, it's roughly probably a half a mile north. If you stay on Pioneer, you'll run right into Airport Road. It is on the north side of Main Street, so about a half a mile away.
Inside the residence, did you see any like women's clothing or anything else like that that appeared to be consistent with Lori Vallow? And I know you told us most of it was gone.
We found women's clothing in the garage in apartment 175.
So in the garage, can you describe for us what the garage was like? I mean, what did you see when you went into the garage? Were there cars in there?
No, so in the garage of 175, there were boxes. It appeared people had been moving things into the garage of 175. So there were plastic containers full of various items. There were boxes full of clothes. There were prepper barrels for water storage. Just various different things that it looked like people had moved in.
So in addition to having furniture and clothing and all sorts of stuff, did you find any paperwork in the garage that was related to Alex Cox?
We did,
Things like passports and bills.
correct.
Did you find any weapons in the garage?
We found several weapons in the garage, yes.
Now, since you were working with the Gilbert Police Department, had you been advised that Brandon Boudreaux had seen a rifle barrel come out of the Jeep Wrangler and then fire at him?
Correct.
So were you looking for any rifles when you were going through that garage?
Yes, we were.
Did you photograph all of those?
We did.
I've shown defendant exhibits 139 through 159. If I can have my paralegal approach.
Go ahead.
That's too funny. I do stand corrected because I still hear the chair squeaking now. So thought maybe somebody had oiled it, but I hear it still. That needs some WD-40 big time.
Do you recognize all of those as photos of sort of the indicia of Alex Cox, as well as the various weapons that were located in the garage of Unit 175?
Yes, ma'am.
The state will move to admit 139 through 159.
Yes, it is, Kentucky woman.
Any objection?
Just cumulative, Your Honor. There's like 20-something of those. I don't know how many they actually need.
Can I look at them?
Can't stand that voice. I just can't. I love when she turns around with paperwork and stuff, like she's all important and she actually has some kind of plan or knowledge or anything. Like, just stop it. Freaking man tits. Mrs. Man
All
tits.
right, they're admitted.
That was funny. Yep. Cumulative didn't work. Sorry. No more than foundation or anything
I think
else.
I called you detective earlier. I apologize, Lieutenant. To be clear, Unit 175 was rented by Alex Cox, correct?
Correct.
But on November 1st, you saw Lori Vallow going into that unit.
Correct.
You saw her Nissan Rogue in the garage,
Correct.
and you found her Jeep Wrangler parked near Unit 175.
That's correct.
And 107 that she rented was on the other side of the complex.
Correct.
Was she ever seen in any of the surveillance over at 107?
No.
So in the garage, I'm going to put up exhibit 139. Did you find indicia such as Alex Cox's passport
Yes, we did.
and things like credit cards for him,
Correct.
tax paperwork for Alex Cox,
Yes.
mail for Alex Cox?
Yes.
as you were going through all of this paperwork, in the garage, we can see a little bit here where they're just bins of belongings that appeared to be his in the garage.
Yeah, that's what we assumed it was his, it was mixed in with his personal effects.
Okay. So you also found clothing in there that appeared to be male,
Yes,
and then furniture in there.
correct.
You told us that you were looking for any types of weapons. So I have Exhibit 145. Did you see sort of a rifle in a case, and 146 showing that rifle?
Yes,
Do we see in 147 another case? And 148, and then 149 showing that rifle?
correct.
What's this?
That's a scope.
Was there anything on any of these rifles that would indicate you could attach a silencer or anything onto the end?
Yes, there were a few rifles that had threaded barrels. In this photograph, you can see the difference. That is a threaded barrel that you could screw a silencer or suppressor on the end of a rifle.
Okay. And so we see sort of some close-up. This seemed to have its own, I guess, to give padding for the person using that.
Correct.
And then showing sort of the scope itself. Was
Yes.
there in that bag ammunition with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there boxes of ammunition?
Yes,
Was there all kinds of ammunition?
there was a lot of ammunition.
Were there extra rifle barrel parts?
Correct.
Were each of those laid out to be photographed, that of the rifles that were located?
Yes,
So we see in 156, is that one of the rifles that was located?
yes,
157, was that one of the other rifles that was located?
yes,
158, another rifle that was located?
yes, ma'am.
And then 159, what do we see here and here? Are those extra parts?
Different uppers for rifles, correct.
Okay. So these could be changed out with the stock.
Yes.
We heard that you also executed a search warrant on 565 Pioneer Road, Unit 174. Was that the unit you told us was rented by Melanie Boudreau?
Correct.
When you were executing this search warrant, were you aware that Melanie Boudreau had been married to Brandon Boudreau, the individual who was the victim in this case you're helping Gilbert with?
Yes.
So during this search warrant of Unit 175, you learned that Lori Vallow had rented that Unit C52 at the Self-Storage Plus business in Rexburg, Idaho.
Right.
And were video and an affidavit authenticating the surveillance video obtained later from the Self-Storage Plus?
Yes, it was.
Did you obtain video from the day that Lori Vallow rented the unit on October 1st?
We did.
Did you obtain video from the day of the shooting, October 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you obtain video from the day after that, October 3rd?
Yes,
Did you obtain video for longer than that, but for our portion, those 3 days?
correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 164 pursuant to the affidavit and Rule 803 and 902.
Any objection to 164?
No, Your Honor.
164 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we can publish it and have the detective explain to us some of this. I apologize, I called you detective again. Lieutenant, sorry.
Fine.
Before we start, in these videos, does the storage unit or storage company have numerous channels showing different aspects of the business?
Yes,
Does channel 1 sort of show the parking lot and entrance and exit to the storage units themselves?
correct.
And does channel 3 show a driveway outside one of the rows of storage units?
Correct.
And channel 4 shows a different drive outside of this row of storage units?
Correct.
Do we have a channel 5 that shows sort of where the vehicles would park to go into where C52 is?
Yes,
And does channel 11 show actually the hallway of where unit C52 is located?
correct.
You previously told us that you had done that surveillance on November 11th of 2019, and you saw at Unit 175, Lori Vallow getting out of a blue Nissan Rogue with the Arizona license plate CRT 2994, correct?
No, we previously did that November 1st,
November 1st.
2019.
And that's when you followed her and saw her both driving that vehicle as well as parking it at Unit 175.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were watching these videos, did you see that same blue Nissan Rogue with the Arizona license plate CRT 2994 coming and going to the storage unit C52?
We did, yes.
Showing defendant 166 and 167. I can approach. Do you recognize these as stills from the surveillance video from that storage unit business showing the Nissan Rogue that you previously have described as seeing Lori Vallow driving on November 1st of 2019?
Yes, I do.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 166 and 167.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted.
.166, and this is a closer up of 167. And that's the Nissan Rogue that you saw Lori Vallow in on November 1st driving.
That's correct.
And this is the Nissan Rogue that you see in these videos from the storage unit.
Yes,
You told us that you also obtained video from future dates after October 3rd at the storage unit.
correct.
Did you ever see the Ford F-150 with that personalized license plate at the storage facility?
Yes,
Show defendant Exhibit 165. I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize that as a still photo of the vehicle that you saw Alex Cox and Chad Daybell getting out of on November 26th at the Pioneer Road Complex Apartments?
yes, I do.
State will move to admit 165.
No objection.
165 is admitted.
So does this show us that on October 6th, the truck with the CPQUINT is seen at that storage unit.
That's correct.
We can now play the videos. Starting on October 1st. And as October 1st is the day that the documents show she rented the storage unit, correct?
That's correct.
So this is the earliest of the videos you were able to obtain.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're going to go through just some of the relevant ones, ending in the 40809. Do you recognize, is this the storage unit we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Off to the far right, we see sort of a little wall there with an opening. Is that the entrance back to where the rows of storage units are located?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that the vehicle that you have recognized, Lori Vallow, to have been driving at least on November 1st?
Yes.
We can go to the 40935 video. Do we see in this video in about a minute, the Nissan come out and a person get out of that vehicle and go into the facility?
Yes.
And where we see the quad pulling up is the entrance into the business, the office located there.
Yes, it is.
We're gonna see Chad slap Lori's ass, right? Yeah, it's so cute. Man
Yeah,
tits.
guys, we can't go forward and
Gross
blast it
ass.
out if we try to speed it up.
So gross.
So is this the Nissan Rogue we've been talking about?
Yes.
We see an individual getting out of the car and going to the office. Do you recognize who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize that to be?
Lori Vallow.
How do you know that's her? Have you seen her over the last 5 years multiple times?
I've seen her, had interactions with her, so I know that to be Lori Vallow.
Okay. So you recognize the vehicle as well as her?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we can go to the 42009 video. And just so we're clear, a lot of these videos may just show the car parked there, but as long as the car was there, you guys obtained it.
Correct.
Do you recognize someone coming out now with a paper in their hand?
Yes.
And who do you recognize that as?
Also Lori Vallow.
Was this the only entrance and exit to the storage units, what we see here?
I believe that is, yeah, the only exit and entrance.
So whenever someone comes in or out, we see it on this video.
That's correct.
So then the last video, just to show the car leaving, is that the 43224, if we could show that. So we see her leaving at 2:32 in the afternoon.
Correct.
And we talked about other channels. Can we look at channel 3, driveway A, 42331? Channel 3, 42331. Thank you. Can you describe for us here the building and the vehicle there? That's sort of right where we see the 10-1 of 2019. Is that the unit where C52 is located?
Yes, it is.
Is that the Nissan Rogue?
Yes, it is.
This is one angle that we see. We talked about there's also an angle from inside the building, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we can go to, just to show the leaving, 43133 from that same channel 3. This shows Miss Vallow leaving in her Nissan Rogue.
That's
Good
right.
afternoon,
We go
Ms.
to channel
Zoe.
11 to show the inside of the storage unit.
Nice to see you.
42305. So this is still October 1st, the day she's rented this, correct?
Yes.
Where is unit 52 or C52?
It's at the end of the hallway on the left-hand side from this camera angle.
Is that the unit that we see this person at?
Yes, ma'am.
And although it's far away, do you recognize who that is?
Absolutely.
Who is that?
Lori Vallow.
And when you follow the timestamps of all of these videos together of the vehicle going in, renting the unit, going through, do they all sort of coincide to show her coming from renting the unit to then coming into C52?
They do.
In this video, do we see anyone with Lori Vallow as she's putting bins or whatever into this unit?
No.
So she's by herself on the first.
Correct.
Okay. And then if we can just show channel 5, the 42129. Four, two, 129. And if we can stop it around 142140. Does this show that Nissan Rogue leaving? Oops.
Yes, it does.
And did that show the plate, if we back it up a little, which we don't need to do, CRT 2994?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I want to go to October 2nd now. Did you obtain footage that showed Lori Vallow driving that Nissan Rogue back to the storage unit again on October 2nd?
Yes, we did.
And so October 2nd is the day of the shooting.
That's correct.
Starting at channel 1, do we see that Nissan arrive in the 32459 video around 1:25 in the afternoon? Is this the Nissan Rogue that belongs to Lori Vallow arriving to the storage facility on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it is.
We can show channel 3, video 32624. That the Nissan Rogue pulling up to the row that contains unit C52?
Yes.
On October 2nd of 2019, how many people were helping put stuff into the storage unit?
2 people, male and a female.
Did you recognize who those 2 people were?
Yes, I did.
Who did you recognize them to be?
Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
We show video 32742. See those 2 people getting out of the vehicle
Yes.
and going into the building.
Yes.
On this day, did you see these 2 individuals putting any items into unit C52?
Yes.
If we can go to 32830. Were you able to determine what that item was?
Appeared to be a tire.
We'll keep watching this. Do they take another item into the storage unit as well before we move into the interior view? Now, from this angle, were you able to really tell what it was that they brought in for that second item?
Not really from this angle.
Let's go then to the inside camera view, channel 11, video 32901. So is that the tire that we previously saw come out of the back of that Nissan Rogue?
Yes, that's the tire that Mr. Daybell is rolling down into the storage unit.
So we see them both carrying in something, one at each end.
Yes.
And those were the only two items they put in?
That's correct.
We can go back to channel 3 to 33116. Is that them leaving?
Yes, ma'am.
And then one of the driveways in there in channel 4, video 32605, are we able to see the license plate like previously as it drove by that camera?
Yes.
So if we stop it earlier, is that the same Nissan Rogue with the same license plate we've been discussing?
That's correct.
Want to break now instead of the next day?
All right, let's take our afternoon recess, approximately 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Right? Yep. There you go. Busted big time. That's, that's just it. The only way that she has out of this is that it didn't happen. Right? That nobody actually shot at Brandon.
Anything we need to discuss?
Hold on. Hold on. Yep. Right. You can sit here all day long asking about how, don't they have more, license plate readers? It doesn't know. So what? That doesn't matter. It was all I need is one, and they got it. Right. That's right. Yep. Even if somebody's got to knit it. And yes, today we get to fast forward. Bang, yeah. I think she's going to be too afraid to question him. I think she is. Don't smile. Stop it. Stop smiling. Colby bought a suit for today. He's so funny. That is cute.
All right, please be seated when you get to your seats. The jury is present. Please continue.
Thank you. So when we broke, we were looking at Exhibit 164, the videos that were obtained from the self-storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho. And we had completed watching the videos from October 2nd. So Lieutenant, the same day that we have someone in Gilbert, Arizona, firing a rifle out of the back window of a Jeep without a spare tire, we see Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell putting a tire and what could be a bench seat into a storage unit that Lori Vallow rented.
That's correct.
So let's go to October 3rd then. We can start with channel 1, the 31049 video. Is this the same Nissan Rogue we've seen repeatedly enter?
Yes.
And then we could go to channel 4, the 31110 video. This is again the driveway. We're able to see if we stop at the license plate of that Wrangler at 131120 is the same CRT number that we've talked about for the Nissan Rogue.
Yes.
If we go to channel 3, this is where we see again the Nissan, and we'll look at video 31105. Is that sort of as we follow the vehicle through there, pulling up to the building with C-52 in it?
Correct.
We see 2 people again get out of the vehicle here. If we can go to a hallway version, channel 11, 31149. We see 2 people coming in. Is that going to unit C-52?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize who those 2 people are?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize those 2 people as?
That is Lori Vallow again and her brother Alex Cox.
So we're now on October 3rd at 1:12 p.m.
Correct.
What does it appear that Alex Cox is carrying out?
Looks like a seat,
Like a bench seat,
bench seat that's kind of folded.
so we could see the 2 parts of that.
Correct.
And if we can go to 31254. What do we see being taken out now?
That is a tire that he's carrying.
So the previous day, we'd seen Chad Daybell rolling the tire in. Here we see Alex Cox carrying it out.
Correct.
The previous day, we had seen Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell carrying in a object of similar size to a bench seat.
Correct.
And today, we saw Alex Cox carrying that out.
By himself, correct.
We could go to then the outside to show a 31224 channel 3. And does this show sort of them, Alex Cox taking those items out and putting it into that Nissan Rogue?
Have you guys all seen the stuff she moved away from there and left in that storage unit? It's really sad.
That's correct.
And then if we can show channel 1, 31310. Do we see her vehicle leaving about a little before 3:15?
Yes, ma'am.
Or 13:15, I guess I should say, which is 1:15 PM?
Correct.
So if we saw in the first video we played for October 3rd, Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, and the Nissan arrive at 1:11 PM, and we see them leaving about 1:15 PM. This whole thing was about 4 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the prior day, it was around 1:26 or so when we see Chad and Lori bring those items to the storage unit.
Yes.
So the seat and tire are in the storage unit for about 24 hours.
Yes.
And they're collected the day after someone drives a Jeep, parks it in front of Brandon Boudreau's house without a tire on it, and fires a rifle at Brandon Boudreau.
That's correct.
As part of the investigation, were local firing ranges contacted to see if Alex Cox had ever gone to any of them?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Unified Sportsman Club?
Yes, I am.
Is that in Rexburg, Idaho?
It is. It's just west of Rexburg, probably about 10 minutes west.
Is that a place where you could practice shooting outdoors?
Yes, it's open to the public.
What'd you say? Sorry.
It's open to the public, I'm sorry.
Is it a place where you can shoot rifles outside?
Yes,
Okay. So it's not just like an indoor range?
correct.
Okay. Were sign-in records for the Unified Sportsman Club, as well as an affidavit authenticating their sign-in records obtained?
Yes, they were.
And in going through those records, did you initially see someone by the name of Alex Cox sign in on September 3rd of 2019 at the Unified
Yes.
Sportsman's Club?
Yes, I did.
Did he even provide his phone number?
He did.
Did you later see sign-ins on September 27th and 28th that appeared familiar to you?
Yes, I did.
Were those sign-ins with just the initials CQUINT?
Yes.
Did you recognize that to be similar to Alex Cox's personalized plates?
Yes, it was just one letter off, so he was missing the initial P.
And I know later we'll talk about that, but was there searches that were found by Alex Cox for places to go shooting around this time period?
Yes, there were.
State will move to admit Exhibit 169.
Any objection to 169?
No objection.
169 is admitted.
If I met the Elmo. Thank you. So were these sort of copies of records that were provided from the Unified Sportsman Club in Rexburg, Idaho, of their sign-in roster?
Yes.
And do we see on September 3rd an Alex Cox at 2:50 PM?
Yes.
And the 480-351-9120, is that the phone number that has been associated with Alex Cox?
Yes.
That's his cell phone number.
Correct.
Same type of records. On September 27th, did you note a CQUINT at 3:50?
Yes.
And on September 28th, did you notice that same CQUINT at 3:10?
Yes.
So just a few days before the shooting of Brandon Boudreau, You noted some sign-ins that appeared to be one letter off from Alex Cox's license plate number
Correct.
when he is searching for shooting ranges.
Yes, ma'am.
We have heard about a burner phone that was purchased at a Walmart store. Are you familiar with Walmart store in Idaho Falls?
Yes, it's on Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls.
Is there a Walmart in Rexburg?
There is.
Is the Walmart in Idaho Falls a bigger?
No,
Okay. How far is Idaho Falls from Rexburg?
about 25 miles south.
Now, as part of the investigation, did you become familiar with a phone number that was used at the time of the shooting to call Chad Daybell?
Yes,
Started with a 304 area code.
correct.
Were you familiar with those records being obtained and them indicating that that phone had been purchased at the Walmart at Idaho Falls, store number 5494?
Yes,
Did law enforcement or police obtain a copy of the receipt from September 25th of 2019 for that burner phone that was purchased at that Walmart store 5494?
yes,
And that is the phone that was later documented to be used in Gilbert, Arizona
that's correct.
on October 2nd of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Shown the defendant Exhibit 170. If I can admit it pursuant to 802 and 9, or 803 and 902 with its authentication.
Any objection?
Yeah, just a foundation, Your Honor.
What was the number again?
It is 170.
170 submitted.
So 170 is got the business records affidavit from Walmart itself, correct?
Correct.
And then provided with that was a receipt for the phone that we've been discussing.
Yes,
Now, do each phone have, I guess, were you provided with IMEI numbers and MEID numbers that are sort of like a VIN number for a phone?
that's correct.
And is that how it was determined that this phone with the 304 area code was purchased at Walmart?
Yes,
So once you learned that, you were able to then obtain a receipt to show the purchase itself.
that's right.
Does it show this was purchased at 9/25 of 2019?
Yes, it does.
1917, what is that normal people time?
1910 is 710.
7:10. And then was this cash?
Yes,
So it couldn't be traced to someone who bought it.
correct.
And then we see the store number here, correct?
Yes,
Exhibit 180 has previously been admitted. These are the track phone records for the 304-960-5998 number. I'm going to go through a few of these with you. So in Exhibit 190, we see that this phone was from Walmart store.
correct.
And is that the same store number that we're talking about for the Walmart receipt that we just saw as Exhibit 170?
Yes,
And does this show, again, the same time, date and time for that purchase?
correct.
See the best way to do this. So Exhibit 180, we have a serial number as well there that's listed, correct?
Correct.
And do we see this same 352-069-108-185-769 number here
Yes,
as the phone that was activated?
yes,
So this receipt then relates to the track phone records.
correct.
And in fact, in Exhibit 180, do we see that same Walmart superstore that we've been talking about that you told us about on Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls?
Yes,
And again, the same store number, 5494,
correct.
same date and time,
Yes,
and the same account number that we have seen both on the receipt as well as the other track phone with the
Yes.
769 ending there.
yes.
So when law enforcement was learning of this phone that was in Gilbert at the time of the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, you were able to determine that it was purchased up in Idaho Falls on September 25th of 2019.
Correct.
Now, we have heard earlier in this courtroom that Melanie Boudreaux had flown from Arizona up to Idaho on September 26th. Was a search warrant written and executed to obtain flight records from Allegiant Air?
Yes, they were.
And did Allegiant Air provide records to show that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Mesa Gateway Airport to Idaho Falls on September 26th of 2019?
Yes,
Did those records show that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Idaho Falls, Idaho, back to Mesa on Sunday, September 29th of 2019?
yes, they did.
Was an affidavit from Allegiant Air obtained authenticating those and indicating they are kept in the normal course of their business?
Yes, there was.
State will move to admit these pursuant to 803 and 902.
What's the number again?
171.
Any objection?
Relevant, Your Honor.
The exhibit's admitted.
So again, we have the affidavit. Do we see here record showing that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Mesa Gateway Airport on September 26th to Idaho Falls
Yes,
and then return flight back to Mesa Gateway Airport from Idaho Falls on September 29th of 2019?
yes,
And you told us Idaho Falls, is that the closest major airport to Rexburg?
That's correct.
We'd heard Rexburg has a small airport. Does it have commercial flights there?
No, no commercial flights flying to Rexburg.
So the closest commercial flights would be Idaho Falls.
Yes.
As this investigation continued, was a search warrant written on December 30th of 2019 to obtain the Google Gmail records relating to Alex Cox's cell phone, the 480-351-9120?
Yes, it was.
And was it learned that he had an email address of homerjmaximus@gmail.com?
Correct.
Had you seen that Gmail account when you executed the search warrant back on November 26th?
Yes, so there's a device found in apartment 175 in the garage amongst Alex's personal belongings that still was signed in under the Homer J. Maximus Gmail account. So we were able to confirm that that was in fact one of Alex's Gmail accounts.
And were those homerjmaximus@gmail.com records that contained GPS and Wi-Fi mapping information provided to the FBI CAST analyst Nick Balance?
Yes.
And did those records contain data and information, both Wi-Fi, GPS, as well as searches, maps, and other activities for the time range around the shooting on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it did.
Now, when you were looking at these, let me ask you this, did you go through these Google or Gmail records for Homer J. Maximus?
Yes, I was tasked with going through each of the records associated with Homer J. Maximus.
When you obtained those records from Google, did they have an affidavit authenticating them?
They did.
Did you look at those records to see if there were things in there that seemed to be relevant to this investigation for the October 2nd, 2019 shooting?
Yes, I did.
Did they contain things such as searches for places to shoot near Rexburg?
Yes.
Did it contain searches for things like window tint shops?
Yes, it did.
Did it contain searches for things like how to load your own ammunition?
Yes.
Best projectiles for long range?
Yes.
Did it have searches for ballistic charts and ballistic trajectory calculators?
Yes.
Did it have searches for Manshot and Gilbert?
Yes.
Were there maps to Dan's window tinting?
There were.
Was there maps and searches for 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes, there were.
When you looked at the timing of those searches and the maps, was there searches for 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona, both on October 1st in the evening as well as in the morning of October 2nd prior to the shooting?
Yes, there were.
After the time of the shooting at 9:13 or 9:14 a.m. Gilbert time, Arizona time, were there searches for cities and locations in both Arizona as well as Utah and Idaho?
Yes.
Did those searches
Hey, Jerry.
to
Hope you're having fun.
route back to Idaho Falls?
Yes, it appeared they were going north.
Was the last search in fact Idaho Falls?
Correct.
If you're still here, Louis, he was on the list the whole time.
These homerjmaximus@gmail.com documents, did they appear to be related to Alex Cox?
Hey, DC. Wow.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 174 pursuant to 803 and 902.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
174 is admitted. 4, right?
174, yes. As part of the documentation that was provided by Google in their authentication, did they provide subscriber information?
Yes,
She
they
is
did.
so cooked,
So we have
man.
a subscriber of Alex Cox for the homerjmaximus@gmail.com.
Correct.
Yeah, win some money, Jerry.
Let's start with the Chrome searches for the Homer J. Maximus. Do we see on September 27th a Chrome view for minute of angle?
Yes.
On September 28th, were there different searches for ammunition and calculators?
Yes.
The end, we see a ballistic trajectory calculator from September 28th.
Correct.
Now, for clear, this says September 28th at 3:35 a.m., but it says UTC. Does that reflect Idaho time, UTC?
No,
Or is that a
if the search was done in Idaho, it would reflect Idaho time. UTC is a Universal Time Coordinated is what it stands for. And depending on where you are at, it's either like Idaho is -6 and Arizona would be -7 hours UTC.
So if we're looking at something here that shows a search for a ballistic trajectory calculator on September 28th at 3:35 a.m., would we go back, subtract 6 hours to determine what time it would have been in Idaho?
That's correct.
So I'm going to use my fingers because I don't know how else to do it. So it'd be 2, 1, 12:30, 11:30, 10:30, 9:30 p.m. on September 27th?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a shooter's calculator, ballistic trajectory calculator search on September 28th at what is shown as 5:34 p.m., again, UTC?
Yes.
So that would be the morning hours or before noon on September 28th, Idaho time?
Correct.
And then is there on September 30th a search? And again, so we show 10:10 p.m. So if we -6, we're looking at 4 in the afternoon for Phoenix weather?
Correct.
Let's look at the searches next associated with this time period, or some of them, leading up to the shooting. So you had talked about the fact that this email associated with Alex Cox that is subscribed to Alex Cox searched for places to shoot near Rexburg on the 23rd of September.
Correct.
And we see multiple shooting places to shoot searches. In fact, I'm going to pull it back a little bit. Do we see even outdoor places to shoot near Rexburg? Shooting Rexburg? Multiple searches of that variation around the 23rd of September.
Multiple searches and sites that are also visited.
Okay. So, and we can see searched for and visited.
Correct.
Do we see on September 23rd a search for Tint Shop Idaho Falls?
Yes.
And then we see a auto tint near me search as well.
Correct.
The 23rd of September, did you later learn that that is the day that Alex Cox reached out to Dan Moss's auto tint
Yes.
in Rexburg, Idaho?
Correct.
Some of the other searches that you saw in this Homer J. Maximus Gmail that is associated to Alex Cox, things searched for YouTube on how to load your own ammunition, as well as viewing a video on how to load your own ammunition.
Yes.
As we move on to, although it says September 25th, in Idaho time, would that be on the 24th, actually?
Correct.
We see a search or a visited site for best projectile for long range with 300 Win Mag. And then a visited site regarding the 300 Winchester Magnum load data.
Yes.
And September 25th is 7 days before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
Do we then see different searches on a 5.56 millimeter at 500 yards, 5.56 bullet drop at 500 yards on the 28th, or again, if we calculate it to Idaho time, the 27th?
Correct.
Another visited site of a ballistic trajectory calculator. And again, would that have been September 27th?
Yes.
And so this is one of the days where you saw the sign-in at the Unified Sportsman's Club of that CQUINT,
Correct.
and an outdoor range where you could fire a rifle.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we show October 3rd of 2019, man shot in Gilbert, Arizona. Now, since this is 2:46 a.m. Universal Time, if we put this to Idaho time, we would have to go back 6 hours.
Correct.
So if we went to 1:46, 12:46, 11:46, 10, 9, 8:46 p.m. Idaho time.
Yes.
And if it was Arizona, you said it was -7.
Yes, ma'am.
So 7:46 Arizona time, PM on October 2nd,
That's correct.
the day of the shooting.
Right.
And we have a couple different searches for that around that same time period, within a couple minutes of each other.
Yes.
And in fact, is one of the last searches that we included in here, a news on Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
So again, although it says October 3rd at 2:53 a.m. Universal Time, that would be, depending on Idaho or Arizona time, 7 or 8 p.m. or almost 8 or 9 p.m. at that time on October 2nd,
That's correct.
that the Google account, Homer J. Maximus, that has been subscribed to Alexander Cox, associated to him, and that you saw on a device is searching for shootings in the East Valley in Gilbert and Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes.
There she goes. That's it.
And lastly, as part of the
Boom
Google
shakalaka.
records that were provided in reference to Alex Cox's phone number, that 480-351-9120, that is associated to the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, were there maps that were part of the records sent to you by Google?
Yes.
And so do we see
So
on September
stupid.
25th, a search for Dan's window tinting and then a map with directions there?
Correct.
And in your investigation, did you learn that on September 25th, a Jeep Wrangler 2018 with Texas plate LWD 0997 was taken to Dan's window tinting?
Yes, I did.
And the phone number that made that appointment was Alex Cox's phone number, 480-351-9120?
That's correct.
Was there a map with directions in the Google records for Alex Cox's Homer J. Maximus Gmail account on October 1st for 2500 South Power Road, Suite 215 in Mesa, Arizona?
Yes.
So we see it as October 1st of 2019 at 8:58 p.m. What would that be Arizona time?
So it would be minus 7 hours, which would be 1:58 p.m.
So at 1:58 p.m., Alex Cox's Gmail is searching for directions to this Power Road location.
Yes, ma'am.
You testified earlier about a receipt from a Los Favoritos on Power Road in Mesa with a date of, or a time and date of October 1st at 1:12 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And that Los Favoritos on Power Road was in Mesa as well.
That's correct.
As we continue with the maps, do you now begin seeing searches for and directions to 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
So although this says October 2nd,
Wow.
when we look
Wow,
at the
wow.
2:52 a.m. Universal Time, what time would this be in Arizona and what day?
That would be October 1st at 5:52 p.m. Is that right?
Or 7:52? I use the fingers, no shame.
7:52. Yes, 7:52.
All right. So 7:52 p.m. on October 1st, Alex Cox's Gmail account is searching for Brandon Boudreaux's address
That's correct.
and then asking for directions to his address.
Correct.
And in fact, are there multiple searches that evening for that address?
Yes.
Now, we see here those were 4:32 a.m. on October 2nd, and then we still are on October 2nd Universal Time, but now we're at 2:17 p.m. I'm gonna use the fingers, but if we go backwards 7 hours, right? So we have 1, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 17 a.m. on October 2nd,
Correct.
Arizona time.
Yes.
So 7:17 a.m., October 2nd, is a couple hours before the shooting?
Correct.
That again, Alex Cox's Gmail account associated and subscribed to him is searching for Brandon Boudreau's address.
Yes.
And does the next page show he's searching for directions to his address?
Correct.
Now, the shooting we've heard is about 9
Hey, Life with Mommy.
p.m.
Good to see you.
After the shooting, was there searches for locations in Arizona, beginning to go all the way up to Idaho Falls?
Yes, there were.
So again, now we see October 2nd at 4:55 p.m. We go backwards. 3, 2, 1, noon, 11, 10, 9:40 or 9:55 a.m. There's a search for Arizona Farm Road, right?
Right.
Then as we go further on, we see a search for Pine Top, Lakeside, Arizona. So again, if we take 7 off, we're looking at now 11:38 a.m. on October 2nd.
I can't see that on my
Oops.
screen.
I
Sorry.
apologize for that. Let me push it up. So if it's 6:28 Universal Time and we minus 7, we're looking at 11:38 a.m. on October 2nd.
That's correct.
And then we see that it was viewed in Google Maps, right?
Yes.
Then we see a search for Holbrook, Arizona.
Correct.
And then we see directions to Holbrook.
Correct.
As we continue going through his records, do you see a search for probably a typo, Moa? And then later we see Moab, Utah.
Yes.
And so now we're looking at October 2nd, 10:22. So Arizona time, we're looking at 3:22 in the afternoon.
Correct.
Or minus 6, we'd be looking at 4:22 Idaho time.
Correct.
Now, Universal time, we're still looking now at October 3rd. We're looking at a search for Fillmore, Utah. Is Utah below Idaho?
It is.
Directions to Fillmore, Utah.
Yes.
And then we can see it was viewed in Google Maps. And was the final search that is included in these records or this exhibit to Idaho Falls Airport, what we show as October 3rd, 5:55 a.m.
Correct.
That would be October 2nd, Idaho time.
Correct.
When we were looking at these searches, the timing for the search for the shooting in Gilbert or the shooting for Brandon Boudreau, would that have been while this phone and this vehicle and Alex Cox were still driving from Arizona back to Idaho Falls?
Yes.
Show defendant exhibit 175. I can have my paralegal approach.
How is she going to talk her way out of this shit? Wait. I
Is
think,
that a map that shows the searches we just went through that occurred the morning of October 2nd, starting with Brandon Boudreau's address at 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes.
And then going to the Arizona Farm Road
I think
location,
4 after Ray.
the Pine Top search.
Yeah, I think it'll be over this week. I don't think she's going to call anybody.
I don't see
What is she going to do?
Holbrook,
Holbrook, I do.
Moab,
Yes, ma'am.
Fillmore,
Yes.
Idaho Falls.
Yes.
And do they reflect the times on the Google records in the UTC?
Yes.
State will move to admit.
They had
Exhibit
8
175.
this
Any
morning.
objection?
No objection.
175 is a no.
She had
So for
a
those us
list of
that may have
people.
Failed geography. Are we able to see Arizona? I'm going to take this out of this shiny package, maybe.
So I say 4. That's my, and she had a bunch, but she's never
So-
given any relevance for any of them.
This is Arizona here
No,
with the search for the Phelps Road and the time, again, that's under the UTC.
Correct.
And then the searches from there for the
But she
Arizona Farms
wanted-
Road that we discussed and saw.
Yes.
The
she wanted to
Holbrook,
call Zulema and
Yes.
Moab,
Sweet Melanie.
Yes.
I wish
Fillmore,
she
and Idaho
could. I would
Falls.
like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that show a path back towards Idaho Falls and Rexburg area, consistent with when we later see Alex Cox with Lori Vallow at that storage unit?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, right.
We heard that you, about the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, also on December 30th, the same time that that search warrant was sent to Google for any Gmail or Google accounts associated to Alex Cox's phone number. Did that search warrant also request any Google Gmail records relating to Lori Vallow's cell phone number, 480-962-9562?
Yes, it did.
And did Google provide records for the lollytimeforever@gmail.com records?
Yes, they did.
Their email addresses make me sick. What, Homer J. Maximus? And this lolly, whatever the fuck shit, I can't stand it. Everything about her makes me sick.
First. This is Exhibit 172 and 173. The overall records that you obtained from those search warrants for the Robert J. Maximus and the Lolly Time Forever. The state will move to admit Exhibit 172 and 173 pursuant to 803 and 902 as the Google records for the Homer J. Maximus and the Lolly Time Forever accounts.
Any objection?
Just Foundation and Crawford issue, Your Honor.
All right. They're admitted.
Oh, I love it.
And that you have reviewed all those documents in the Homer J. Maximus, right?
Correct.
When you obtained the Lolly Time Forever at gmail.com records, did you review all those as well?
I reviewed most of them, yes.
Did those contain, let me start. So we said that those were tied to Lori Vallow's cell phone number of 480-962-9562.
Correct.
And did those contain information such as searches looking for units at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, they did.
And other searches to identify the person, Lori Vallow, as searching for areas within Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
Is that consistent with the time that she was in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
And searches for a place to live at the time when she moved to Rexburg and moved into that 565 Pioneer Road?
Correct.
Did it also contain on September 30th of 2019 a search for how to get the back seat out of my Jeep?
Yes, it did.
Did it also contain a search for, on October 2nd of 2019, Gilbert News?
Yes.
And are those just some of the searches that were part of those Gmail records that were provided to you by Google as a result of that search warrant?
That's correct.
And like the Homer J. Maximus, did Google provide an affidavit authenticating those records as well?
Yes, they did.
And did they also provide a subscriber information showing this as subscribed to Lolly Vallow?
Yes.
State will move to admit 191 pursuant to 803 and 92.
Any objection?
Just the same foundational objection to
It's admitted.
the search.
Take that, lolly time, and cram it where the sun don't shine.
So
Poet
again, we
and
have
didn't
the
know it.
authentication record pursuant to the search warrant that you've discussed, correct?
Correct.
You are provided with subscriber information for Lolly Vallow at lollytimeforever@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that Lori Vallow had provided this email address to her brother Alex Cox previously?
Yes.
Some of the searches that you saw in this lollytimeforever@gmail.com address that was tied to both Lori Vallow's cell phone number and provided by her to her brother Alex Cox, did those start as far back as August 15th in terms of showing the relevance to moving to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
You learned, and we've heard of the fact that she resided at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
And did she do several searches in the weeks leading up to, or in these weeks in August, for apartments in that complex?
Yes, she did.
So even on the 27th of August, we're seeing a search again for 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, or Pioneer in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
Did you see searches for and visit to the UPS, or United States Postal Service, change of address?
Yes.
Was that consistent with your understanding of when Ms. Vallow moved into the residence based upon the documentation that we previously admitted?
Yes, it was.
Again, we see searches for that 565 Pioneer, Rexburg, Idaho.
Correct.
Were there other searches in the area, again, showing that she is looking for searching and visiting places in Rexburg, Idaho? Here we see Walgreens.
Correct.
You'd talked to us about Idaho Falls. Is that one of the places where you can go near Rexburg to see movies?
Yes, it is.
Now, you told us that you are the person who impounded Lori Vallow's 2018 Jeep Wrangler, correct?
That's correct.
On September 30th at 11:14 PM UTC, did this Gmail account, Lolly Time Forever, that is tied to Lori Vallow's cell phone number and that she gave to her brother, search how to get the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, she did.
So if we're talking Idaho time and we go back 6, where are we at for that for time?
So it'd be 5:14
PM.
PM.
So September 30th, we're talking just a couple days now before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
That's correct.
And do we see, in fact, they visited, or she visited this site, Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal how to DIY YouTube video.
Yes.
And that is basically a few seconds after this first search.
Yes, ma'am.
When we were watching those videos from the storage unit, did you see something being brought into the storage unit by Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell on October 2nd that appeared to look like a rear seat?
Yes, I did.
And on October 3rd, when we were viewing those videos from the self-storage unit, did you see Lori Vallow and Alex Cox removing something that appeared to be a rear seat from the storage unit?
Yes.
On October 3rd at 2:13 a.m. UTC time, do you see a search for Gilbert News?
Yes, I do.
So since this is 2:13 a.m., is this actually on October 2nd? And if we go back
8:13.
8:13 p.m.?
Correct.
So 8:13 p.m. on October 2nd, Lori Vallow is searching for, or Lori Vallow's Gmail account is searching for Gilbert, Arizona News and Gilbert, Arizona News breaking news local headlines.
Correct. She was searching for Gilbert News and visited the site as well.
Okay, so searched for it and then went and visited it just a few seconds later.
Yes.
And then when we were viewing the videos of that storage unit, this is 8 p.m.-ish on the 2nd. The next day at 1:15-ish is when we see Lori Vallow and Alex Cox taking that back seat and the tire out of the storage unit
Correct.
and putting that into her Nissan Rogue.
That's correct.
The state has no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from any members?
Wow, I had a feeling.
Not seeing any, sir, you can come.
I had a feeling.
Break for the day? All right, given that it's a little bit after 4:15,
Wow.
we'll
What the hell could
reset
you
the
say?
evening. Let me just check. I think
But
we
smart ass
decided to
shit.
come out 10:15.
See, with all that, aren't you glad you just kept on and on and on about a damn card reader, you know, the license plate reader and this stupid shit,
Starting at
green or gray. He fucking cooked her goose. That's it. Boom.
please remember the admonition.
Why does she even do this to everybody? Fucking sick person.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. I'm looking at the state's witness list in the pretrial statement. I'm assuming from the context of some of the questions that have been asked.
Colby walked out
So
behind
Still calling Nicholas Balance.
Ray.
Correct. He will be the state's last witness, Your Honor, tomorrow.
Is that the final witness tomorrow morning?
Yes.
All right, so
What?
defense, if you're calling witnesses, they would need to be here tomorrow, probably right after lunch. And we'll talk about tomorrow when the state rests. The defense is calling witnesses or putting on a case, et cetera. So please review those final jury instructions tonight.
Judge, would we, if the defense doesn't call witnesses, would we go straight into closings tomorrow afternoon?
That would be my intent. All right. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your
No?
Honor.
Okay, we'll see everyone tomorrow. We'll try to get started at 10:15 a.m. Again, thank you.
Why can't you hear? I didn't do anything. Oh, shit. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Shit. Oh, God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Trina K said she has one more witness tomorrow. And then Lori, then she'll rest. And they ask if the Trina K asked if Lori doesn't have any witnesses, then will they do closing tomorrow? And they said yes. She's not going to have any. I mean, who? Fuck yes. Oh, yes. Yes, I can't stand it. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Okay, this is going to be over with. She can't come back from that. How is she going to come back from any of that? Stand up there and act like a snarky little bitch to everybody. Like you know something. Oh my God, she is so going to be done. Lock her ass up, throw away the key. Oh, yes. I don't think she can have somebody. I would love it if she could have Zulema and Melanie on there, but she's not. I mean, he said, if you're going to call any witnesses, you need to have them here tomorrow. Okay, well, see, he's given her so much leeway with that shit. The fact is, these people are dodging any subpoenas, even if she's actually sending any, which I don't think she is. Last time, remember, she just sent them to victims, which is 100% not allowed. She's not allowed to contact them at all in any way. Gross bitch. No, this is going to be over tomorrow. I can't. Oh my God, I feel giddy. I feel just giddy. But I'm actually not going to go live tonight because I've been live a lot lately, like pretty much 24/7. Well, most of my waking hours. Yeah. Yeah, my eyes kind of feel like they're like on fire. They're like burning all around. I know. I'm sorry. It's been a lot. Yeah, right? It's time. Ugh. I have been working on some stuff though. But anyway, we're going out of town this weekend. We're going up to the cabin. So I got to get ready. I got shiz maniz to do. You thought she had a. I know. Well, she can't just have character witnesses. That's because this isn't about her character. That's the thing. They didn't even give a motive. They actually gave no motive for this. So she can't. She's not allowed to do character shit. This is the thing, Kentucky woman. This is what they've been trying to tell her when she came out there saying what a nice person she is. And wanted to carry on and on about, oh, didn't I go and take care of the babies, blah, 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 all that bullshit. Because the minute she talks about her character, the character of the fact that she's been convicted of 4 murders, that gets to come in. So sit down, shut up, you stupid twit. Yeah, I'm excited. I kind of hate to because it's my girl's birthday, but we haven't had a chance to go for so long, and we got to finish the paint and blah, blah, blah. Ray just sealed it. He did. I think he did. Right. I mean, that shit is, how do you get out of that? How do you get out of any of that? And her whole thing is going to be that nobody shot. You know, I guess somehow I would love to know what her whole thing with that garage is. But really, I don't even need to be anymore in the mind of a sick, evil bitch. Really, I don't need any more of her mind. Is she just trying to put something in their head with the garage? Because the thing is, whatever it is she's trying to say, she knows full well what happened. I know. I understand you're trying to get out of it, but you do know you did it. You know, I mean, that's a fact. Yeah, any discussion of her character, you don't want to open that door because they got a whole lot of shit about her character. There's a whole lot that the jury doesn't know about. Yep, it's a conspiracy trial. She has kept her hands clean. Her and Mantitz kept their hands clean. He's too much of a pussy, honestly. I mean, he's actually too worthless to even kill people, honestly. I mean, he's just worthless as fuck. But she keeps her hands clean. They had her brother kill everybody. But he clearly did it for them. They're behind all of it. I mean, the proof of conspiracy, she's right. She's in the middle of that shit, 100%. That was a depraved, weird guy. And you know, the fact is, as crazy as it sounds, I think he might actually have believed some of this weird shit. He was very weird, obviously. He might have believed Mantitz, really was some kind of, I don't know what. Again, I don't care because nobody can say that killing people is godly. I mean, you just really can't. And I honestly think that he kind of felt bad about it towards the end. I think he understood they were liars. But like you said, what kind of person can actually do that? He wasn't getting money from anybody. I mean, I know she, gave him money to go run all the errands to go kill people. Yeah, but he was a sicko too. You know what? Because even before he met Lori, he met other women that he had told they had been married before. And also, he had been saying before he met Lori that his wife was going to die. He wasn't happy with it in his marriage. There's no question about it. But he was a total pussy. And he was, I mean, I don't think Chad probably never would have killed anybody without her. The people who think that he got her to do it, she's really the one. Clearly, none of them have any kind of a conscience, of any kind of a moral, decent bone in their bodies, because you just don't kill people. You don't go along with killing people. None of it. He just sat over there like a complete, absolute man-tit and came up with who was dark, and that's all it took. She just sent Alex after him. She is. I think she is the one. She's an evil, evil person. I just think about the fact that she was laughing on the phone while Colby is just sobbing, saying, you killed my whole family. Like, and she's laughing. She's gross. Even when her sister, which again, people got to think about this too. That sister was more involved as well. She wasn't quite as involved like Melanie, but that sister was saying shit about that sister was trying to what was the stuff she said? Oh my God. When Brandon got shot, I want to say she asked her about it. She asked Summer if so-and-so did it. Stop, you guys, get away. And Summer said, no, if that person had done it, then he wouldn't have missed. And she said, he always makes it look like natural causes. And that was her extramarital affair, whatever the guy's name is. I can't remember. What do you mean he usually makes it look like this? I'm telling you, that family's some fucked up shit. Because think about it. Joe Ryan died of natural causes before she even met Man-Tits. The sister died weird. Okay, the dogs are going crazy. I'm going to end it. I'll see you tomorrow. Stop. Okay, I'm going to go. Love you guys. Bye. Thank you.